Welcome to the Friday Marathon stream where we're probably going to be answering all your fantasy football questions for the next 4 to 5 hours. Now, before we get into the questions, before we get into the teams, I definitely want to give you all the injury updates today. Now, obviously, Underdog is my main sponsor, but honestly, let's say this if they're my sponsor or not, definitely the best way to literally just keep on track of all the injury news is going over to the Underdog NFL Twitter. This isn't their main Twitter, but this is their NFL account. So Justin Herbert still going to be questionable for week 4. Jerome Ford not listed on the injury report. Harrison will be good to go. I know some people in the live stream were a little bit concerned last week given the quad injury he was dealing with. The Niners are aiming to ramp up McCaffrey's rehab on Monday. So hopefully with this, we will get some additional information about the timeline of McCaffrey going into the future. Brock Purdy will be good to go. Obviously popped up with a back early in the week. George Kittle not listed on the injury report. So with this is a big spot in which you need to move Ricky Pearsall down your rankings dramatically, especially because Deebo Samuel was also seen at both practice today and Deebo Samuel was at practice yesterday. So it looks like you have both you have Kittle and potentially Deebo back as well. So Juwan Jennings may not be appealing here at all. And then obviously Brandon Ayuk needs to fall dramatically in our rankings. Raheem Mostert limited again in practice on Friday. If Mostert does play, obviously you have zero appeal for him in fantasy football, but it would be somewhat concerning for Achane to see a slight dip in touches. Alvin Kamara and Olave are both questionable. So unless you saw, maybe you didn't see, but Chris Olave had an injury pop up in practice today. It was a hamstring. Now he is questionable for Sunday. We're going to talk about Kamara with Jamal Williams in just 1 second. But Kenneth Walker got in another limited practice. I'm assuming that Kenneth Walker will be good to go on Monday night. So Gabe Davis listed. Don't worry about Gabe Davis. Evan Ingram listed as out. So maybe Christian Kirk, maybe Brian Thomas are a little more exciting. Now, Joe Mixon actually got into practice today. Now, this is where things are tough for me because in my league, I was expecting Mixon to be missing this week. So I actually went ahead and I traded away David Montgomery to Sal Vetri. I thought we got a little nice return, we traded Terry McLaurin. I don't know if we said David Montgomery, but we traded away Terry McLaurin to Sal. And all of a sudden now, my second flex spot looks like absolute garbage. I thought that Cam Akers would potentially be in play for us. However, it looks like Akers may not be. If Mixon does play, Akers is somebody that we need on our bench. So with Kamara being questionable, Jamal Williams is sitting out there as a free agent in the Flock League right now. I may consider picking him up. Now, Tank Dell, Dameon Pierce, both are out for week 4. It looks like Nico Collins is 100% good to go. So obviously, you start Collins, you start Diggs, must start guys. Jordan Love, they're not going to tell us if he's going to be good to go until Sunday. If you're looking at sportsbooks right now, all the lines are as if Love is the Green Bay Packers quarterback. You actually have the Packers favored in this game over the Minnesota Vikings. Devonta Smith, sadly, out this weekend. This is why my second flex spot is garbage. Many reasons, but one of them. A.J. Brown listed as questionable here. So A.J. Brown did get in a practice today. So it sounds like A.J. Brown's not guaranteed to be missing this week. I thought that, you have the bye week in week 5. You probably sit A.J. Brown. You get A.J. Brown back in coming out of the bye week in week 6. But I don't know. If A.J. Brown plays, he would be in my lineup, especially with no Devonta Smith. And if you have Jalen Hurts, obviously you'd hope that Brown plays. Now, Sam Laporta got in a full practice, so it does seem like Laporta is going to be good to go on Monday night. So I picked up in my league backup tight end in Pat Freiermuth, just in case Laporta wasn't good to go. So the question now is, do we start Freiermuth Sunday just in case? Or do we roll the dice with Sam Laporta on Monday? Obviously, I'm sure that we will get some more information about Sam Laporta tomorrow, but looks like Laporta is going to be good to go. Russell Wilson doesn't matter. Jalen Morin was listed as out, so Najee Harris to the freaking moon. Devontae Adams is listed as out as well. Now, obviously, some people are speculating that this is a phantom injury and that you really are just in a spot where Adams wants out of Las Vegas, not just out of this game in week 4. But regardless, if you add Devontae Adams, you'll have to look for a different option. Keenan Allen will be good to go. So with Keenan Allen playing, I'm less excited about Cole Kmet. I'm less excited about Rome Odunze. Not a big deal with Rome, but definitely something to monitor. I don't care about the defensive edge rushers for the Cowboys. Like we said, Mixon was at practice. Mixon may play. Trey McBride is ruled out. So with no McBride, obviously Harrison must start player, but also you could look at Michael Wilson as a little bit of a sneaky play this week. David Njoku ruled out week 4, so Jerry Jeudy would potentially be that sneaky play there. Don't care about Jordan Atkins. Let's see. And I think that should primarily be it in terms of the injury updates that we have as of 6:40 Eastern on Friday. I'm sure as of every live stream, we will get additional news very, very soon. And as soon as we get that, I will pull it up for you. I'll let you see it. But let's move over to getting in some of these questions that y'all asked, submitting some starting lineups, grading some teams, making some trades. Now, of course, we are using flockfantasy.com. Just in case you don't know, you can always submit whatever questions you want through flockfantasy.com. You can actually submit a trade question. This is also the site with the rankings, of course, but you just go through this little button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can submit a team review, trade question, or a start sit question, whatever you're wanting. What's really cool about us doing these questions through flockfantasy.com, other than all the benefits that we get to actually see your league settings, see all the teams in your league, and all the additional information on it as well. But this is way better than Super Chats in that I actually get to answer your question in the live stream, and then it immediately gets sent to you through the site as well. So you can actually ask a question through the site, literally regardless of if I'm live streaming or not, regardless of if you're going to be in the stream or not, and you're still going to be able to see your answer because it will get sent to you through the site with the clip of us talking about it. And I will remind you, of course, if you wanted that team review, like this team here gets that free team review, definitely the cheapest way to do it and what I'd recommend is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog here, this is Underdog Fantasy, you'll get a Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for this Sunday. That's a gimme. Plus with code FLOCK, you'll get an additional Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for Sunday. Code FLOCK will give you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And on top of that, you will get a free team review in one of these live streams that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way, when Underdog gets me your email, I can go through and I can credit you with that free team review. But let's move this over and let's get this free team review going for Ricky Bobby. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. Saying, yo, Mason, thanks for all the hard work and the content. I'm 0-3 due to terrible matchup luck. Made a trade for Jonathan Brooks, gave up Jaden Daniels and Jalen Warren after week 2. Not looking too hot at this point. But picked up Cup off the waiver wire. Dear God. I guess picking up Cup off the waiver wire is probably why we are the number 1 team here with the league analyzer. This is a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we naturally expect that waiver wire options are going to be great. And also that wide receiver depth isn't going to be super, super important. Now, going ahead and pulling this squad up, I understand why we made the Jaden Daniels trade. We are sitting here with Jalen Hurts. Obviously, with how good Daniels looks, I'm sure that we could have maybe squeezed a little more value, but would have, could have, should have, right? I mean, you still have one of the best quarterback rooms in the league here. With Jalen Hurts, I think you can honestly go ahead and let go of Geno Smith. You may not want to do that right this second because you do have the bye week for Jalen Hurts in week 5. So maybe we hold on to Geno for this week, let go of him after the Jalen Hurts bye. Going over to running back, we currently are sitting with Kyron. Looks like a low-end RB1 in a 10-team league, mid running back 1 in a 12-teamer. We have Jordan Mason for the locked and loaded production in the short term. We have Jonathan Brooks for the long-term upside here at running back. We have Carson Steele as a viable depth piece. We have Benson. We have Raheem Mostert. So very much a strong running back room. I would love it in a 12-team league. Now, in terms of a 10-team format, probably kind of middle of the road, but you can also see that with the league analyzer where we are ranked 5th in terms of running back value. But where this team is so damn valuable is at wide receiver. This is the strongest team in the league at receiver. We have 3 wide receiver 1s with Kupp, Rice, and Harrison. These are going to be our 2 wide receivers and our flex every single week. We have the long-term upside here as well of Cooper Kupp, Jalen Waddle, and Brian Thomas. So obviously, all three of these players will continue to get better as the season goes on. With Kupp, you just need him back and healthy. With Waddle, we need Tua back and healthy. With Thomas, we just need to give the rookie some time to expand his target share. Now, with that being said, and obviously, I want to put a massive asterisk on this because I know you picked up Cooper Kupp for free off waivers. But if you can find a league mate that reasonably understands that Cooper Kupp could potentially be a wide receiver one in the second half of the season, and Kupp should have a considerable amount of trade value. And if we could sell Kupp and another player inside our starting lineup to go ahead and get that upgrade for us to win right now, I think that would be an interesting move to make, specifically because we are a roster that is 0-3. Now, obviously, the question is, well, Mason, what kind of trade could I make here? And I think it would probably be centered around these long-term assets like Kupp and Jonathan Brooks, players that I actually do really like in the long term, but on an 0-3 team, we need the production right now. And seeing if we can sell them in a 2-for-1 deal to go get a very exciting running back in return. So going through and looking at some teams that maybe could afford to make a move like that. Here, that team with Taylor Jacobs probably is not looking at it. That team there probably can't. This team with the Mixon injury probably can't. Here, this team has Barkley, Achane, Jones, Dobbins. So they do have plenty of running back depth and top-end production. And at wide receiver, they are very weak at the same time. So if you could potentially go ahead and say sell Cooper Kupp and Jonathan Brooks on this 0-3 team to go out and get that upgrade to a player like Devon Achane, I think that'd make a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, much, much easier said than done. We'll see if we can go ahead and pull it off, but you wouldn't be too surprised if this team here is panicking about how bad this offense looks for the Miami Dolphins with no Tua. And I think you could see Achane be an immediate start for us and an immediate difference-making player for our lineup. There aren't too many trades that make a lot of sense on this team. I mean, while we are 0-3, this does appear to be one of the best teams in the league. Sorry, we had to get the fan on. So there's not much that you need to do. Obviously, I think this will be a squad that just naturally gets better as the season goes on with the rookies that we have, with the injured players that we have. But if you wanted to take some of these guys with that long-term value that aren't producing for us right now, looking to make a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade in right this second, that would be something that I'd be very interested for. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. Pitts obviously hasn't been great. He's averaging like 4 targets a game. But at the same time, it's not like any other tight ends in fantasy football have done anything. So honestly, it doesn't really matter here. I think you are going to be fine at the end of the day. But I think that's all we got for you. I really hope that we are able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me. And congrats on having a monstrous team. Hopefully we can play some better defense soon and not get a ridiculous amount of points dropped on us so we can actually win some games. But let's move this over. Teresa says, hit that like button if you want the free chat questions answered. Yeah, if we hit 200 likes on this live stream, we're going to pivot over and we're going to start answering the free chat questions. So definitely, if y'all want some free questions in the chat answered, let me know. Now, Exceed coming out with the start sit question. Here, wide receiver Ayuk is a little bit less appealing for us now that it looks like Kittle's good to go and potentially Debo's playing as well. Now, with that being said, our pivot options would be Waddle and Smith. Smith has already been ruled out. Can't play him. Waddle, you have no Tua, so we're still going to go Ayuk and DJ Moore here. Running back, we're looking at Charbonnet, Bucky, Braylon Allen, or Ramondre. I think you have to go Ramondre Stevenson just based off of volume, even if he has been very bad in this offense. I'm sorry, even if this offense is very bad. I mean, if you are looking at Zach Charbonnet, he'd be appealing if Walker were to be out. And if Walker does somehow get ruled out by the time we can make this call, we throw Charbonnet in the flex spot over T. Higgins. But we probably just keep Higgins there with the expectation that Kenneth Walker does play. Now let's move this over to a trade question from Schlinky. Says, me again, 0 running backs, and nobody wants Tyreek. Is this good enough? I'm not getting any good offers. So we are trading away Tyreek. We are downgrading to DJ Moore. We are trading away Tank Dell. We are downgrading to Khalil Shakir just so we can get Zach Moss and Rico Dowdle. I'm very sorry. I understand wanting a running back. I understand needing a running back. But if these are the best offers that you're going to get, at the end of the day, what you're probably going to have to do is we're going to have to look at running backs off the waiver wire. I think if you're selling Tyreek at this price, Short term, it may look okay. Long term, when Tua is back, if Tua is back, I think you're going to look like you're getting crushed here. Okay. Now let's move this over to a team review coming out from Will. This is Team Jack Achan. This free team review with that Underdog promo. Thank you, my guy, for using it. Really appreciate you. Says, I moved Aaron Jones for Kenneth Walker and Tony Pollard. Wait, I used Jones for Walker and Pollard for DK last night. So Aaron Jones to Kenneth Walker, upgrade. Pollard for DK. We'll see based off the team, but probably upgrade. I feel like I have no real top end running back. Any suggestions? I'm in a pretty trade happy league for what it's worth. Also, I don't have HN. Team names haven't updated. Okay. Well, here we are at 9. So if we're in a trade happy league, we can wheel and deal here. Now, with that being said, it is a league where we have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth isn't going to be super important for us. And instead, if we can optimize to have a top end quarterback, to have a top end tight ends, and focus in around running back depth, that will be the ideal. Now, going over to quarterback, we have, the best quarterback in the NFL, but for whatever reason, the Chiefs don't want to let them air it out. Obviously, they're winning games. It's working. But we have Mahomes. Mahomes has been so damn good, but at the same time, you're in a situation in which that the passing volume just simply hasn't been there in Kansas City. And it's difficult to project that passing volume will be there going into the future based off what we have seen with this Chiefs offense for quite some time at this point. So honestly, with Mahomes, I still am completely fine with him as our QB1. Obviously, I'm not trying to talk down on Patrick Mahomes by any means. But in terms of viewing him as like an elite top 3 QB, probably not something that we can be doing right at this point. Now, going over to what we have at running back, Kenneth Walker, I would love as my RB2. Najee Harris, I would love as my RB2. But to have them as RB1 and RB2, probably not super exciting. I agree with you. Seems like we don't necessarily have that a top end true alpha RB1, but still, these 2 guys are set up to be very good, especially with Najee. In terms of what we have with the Jalen Warren injury, I'm definitely a lot more excited about Najee Harris than I previously was. Going over and looking at what we have with Zach Moss. Zach Moss is seeing about 90% of the opportunities in what is one of the best offenses in the NFL. So very excited there. I think Rico Dowdle is a running back that clearly at this point looks like he is the starting RB for the Dallas Cowboys. And from what I can tell, a lot of people are very excited about this. Now, to be honest with you, even though Rico Dowdle is the starting running back for the Dallas Cowboys, knowing that they have 3 guys in this backfield that are seeing snaps and seeing touches, I actually think that if we can potentially use the fact that he is Dallas' starter, and now people are getting excited about that fact, and make a 2-for-1 deal and upgrade elsewhere in the lineup, that is something that I would love to do, especially when we have all this running back depth. We're looking at guys that have the upside if their situations were to change, whether that's with an injury or maybe even without an injury in the case of Roschon Johnson, to actually be significant playmakers. Down here at the bottom end of the team, we have Roschon, Emmanuel Wilson, and Ray Davis. So really like what we have here with this running back room overall. And in terms of what we would be looking to do, I think it's if we can take Rico Dowdle, a running back that has a little bit of steam, earning that number 1 job, and potentially send him in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere. I think that would be my preferred play of this. Going over to receiver, we have Tyreek. So we have a wide receiver 1 in the long term, a wide receiver 2 in the short term. We have DK Metcalf. Looking at DK Metcalf, completely fine. Wide receiver 2, Pittman, not super excited about at this point. But Kirk, okay, depth. Wide receivers, okay, right? It's going to be really good when Tua is back in. But for the time being, it's just kind of whatever. And then tight end, we have Sam Laporta, who has been a drag, has been disappointing. But I do think you could potentially see Laporta get better going into the future. At least that's what I'm telling myself. I'm telling myself that maybe he's just been banged up. He gets in a full practice on Friday. Maybe we're not as full transparency, I have a lot of Sam Laporta in underdog drafts. I have Laporta in the Flock League. Took him in round 4 absolutely everywhere. And your boy is struggling because of it. So I'm hoping that Laporta gets better for us. The saving grace is every tight end in fantasy football right now looks like absolute garbage. So as we go through and look at this team, I am completely okay with it, especially with the upside that we have down there at the running back position. But I think if you could potentially take, say, Rico Dowdle and package him with Michael Pittman Jr. and go get an exciting upgrade for the flex spot, that would be something that I'm looking to do. We can go ahead and we can look for some of the teams that have the worst running back rooms in the league. Like this team, send Dak picks. They have Dobbins, White. Maybe they'd be interested in Dowdle. Like if we could send them, say, Rico Dowdle and Michael Pittman to get to Olave, get to Ayuk, that'd be an absolute no-brainer. Here, if we can send the Ruby Ridge players and go send maybe Pittman and Dowdle to get to, say, Flowers, I think we'd really like that as well. This team, if we could send them, I mean, they have Charbonnet as their RB2. They have the Jalen Warren injury. If we could send them Dowdle and Pittman and get up to DJ Moore, I think that could be very interesting as well. And then, honestly, at that point, you could just bring in another running back off the waiver wire. And if Laporta is good to go with Keenan Allen coming back in, depending on what Cole Kmet does this week, I actually wouldn't mind potentially moving off of Kmet, depending on what options will be available to us on the waiver wire. But really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out with your team in some way. But yeah, I definitely target one of those teams that needs a desperation play at running back. See if we can send them Dowdle and see if they're going to get excited about the fact that he is the starter in Dallas. Well, let's get this over to another free underdog team review. This is coming out from Cup Chaser. It says, feel like this team's stacked, but I'm 1-2 with injuries. Hoarding tight ends as trade bait. Carrying Dak because Philly is trying out high school wide receivers in South Philly, and Jalen is on bye next week. Got to win soon. What's the move in the league? And what is the move in your league where draft is considered marriage proposal? I don't exactly know what you mean by draft is considered marriage proposal. Does that mean we can't really be making trades? When you draft your team, you're locked in with them for life? Is that it? But anyway, real quick, this is a league where we're going to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. And it's an 8-team format. So this is a league where the depth could not matter less. Literally, I am ignoring the depth every step of the way and just looking with every single deal, how do we get the best player, the best player, the best player? Now, starting off at quarterback, we are sitting with Jalen Hurts. So we have an elite level QB1. Obviously, very excited about it. Even in an 8-team league, I think it's top 4 QB. So I think we have a high-end QB1. I think once we get past the Jalen Hurts bye week, I think we can go ahead and let go of Dak Prescott, specifically in that 8-team format. But obviously, like you said, right now, with all the injuries that you have for Jalen Hurts' receivers, and at the same time, with him having the bye next week, completely understand you wanting to go through and hold on to Dak. Now, going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Breece Hall, who I believe is top 8 RB. I think is high-end RB1, even in this format. We have Joe Mixon. We have Kenneth Walker. We have Brian Robinson and Jonathan Brooks. So this running back room looks phenomenal. But with that being said, it's an 8-team league. So we can go, is Breece Hall a top 8 running back? Yes, we have an RB1. Is Mixon a top 8 running back? Probably not. Probably top 16 guy, RB2. Is Kenneth Walker a top 8 guy? Probably not. Probably top 16 guys. So we have 2 RB2s. We have an RB1. We have quality depth pieces. Definitely a strong running back room for sure. Going over to wide receiver, we have Chase, Rice, Neighbors. We have 3 wide receiver ones, even if this is only an 8-team league. We have the long-term upside of Kupp and Waddle on the bench. And knowing that it's going to be very easy to pick up viable plays off the waiver wire, the main thing that I'm focused in on with our bench is specifically us chasing some of these players that have the crazy high ceilings for later in the year. So I love what we have on the bench. Going over to tight end, we have Bowers and we have Ferguson. So obviously the easiest trade to make with this league is going through and attacking one of these teams that sitting with the garbage tight end. Like if this team's panicking about Mark Andrews, if we could go ahead and send them, say, Jake Ferguson and maybe Kenneth Walker and get to Kyron Williams, get to Alvin Kamara, I think it'd be a no-brainer. Hell, if we could send them Bowers and Mixon to go get to Bijan Robinson, I think it'd be a no-brainer. Now, maybe the thing that I'm going to be a little concerned with is the fact that if Devontae Adams does get dealt, Bowers does become the tight end 1 in fantasy. So maybe Brock Bowers isn't a player that we're wanting to sell right now if you think that there's any shot that Devontae Adams is traded. And as a quick side note, isn't it crazy that we have not had a single meaningful trade this year? I would assume that, I mean, if you look back at recent past, by this point, well, we've had some deals in the NFL. I feel like this was a very, very quiet season in terms of trades. But yeah, anyway, if we could potentially go through and sell that tight ends with one of our marginal RB2, RB3s to go get another RB1, I think it'd be a no-brainer. Clearly, this team is absolutely loaded, even for an 8-team format, if we are looking at the league analyzer. So there aren't necessarily many things that we would look to do, but I think in terms of trades, going through and selling one of the tight ends with one of the running backs for an RB upgrade, maybe to the Mark Andrews team, maybe to the team that's sitting here with David Njoku and Evan Ingram. The issue is, I mean, I guess we could go after Achane, but they don't really have too many running backs. So I think, honestly, this is probably the best team to target. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, thank you so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock. Really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. Now, also, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. If we hit 200 likes on this stream, we are going to pivot over and start answering some of the free questions in the live chat. So go down there, hit that like button if you want those free chat questions answered. And until then, we will keep on answering questions on the site. This next one coming out from MZig Wizard 34. This is a trade question where we're sending Ayuk and JSN for Nico Collins. So the reports today, looks like Nico Collins is good. Looks like the hamstring isn't really something we have to worry about. Sounds like the Niners guys are coming back very soon. So I think we abandoned ship with Brandon Ayuk, even if we're not abandoning ship, but we definitely pivot up to Nico Collins if we are able to, especially if this looks like a league where we're going to start 2 receivers and 1 flex. Now let's move this over. And it looks like we hit 200 likes on this stream. So let's go ahead and let's answer some of the questions in the live chat. And by the way, we're going to do that every single stream now. Every 200 likes we hit, we're going to spend about 5 minutes answering the free questions in the chat. So if I say like, hey, if we hit 400 likes in the live stream and we hit it, can you please let me know in the live chat? Because that's not going to be something I'm checking often. But anyway, let's check out the questions. If you have a free question, drop it in the chat, please. Van says Debo and Montgomery for Bijan Robinson. This is Bijan Robinson easily. I know people have been coming out saying, well, Mason. Bijan Robinson has not been nearly as good as he was promised to be this season. Bijan Robinson he's not been a top 5 running back. Why are we still ranking this dude if he's a top 5 RB? He hasn't. If we go ahead and look at the usage that Bijan Robinson has had. Bijan, week 1, 18 carries, 5 targets. Week 2, 14 carries, 4 targets. Week 3, 16 carries, 2 targets. Sorry, he had 5 targets in week 2 as well. He's averaging 4 targets a game right now. He's averaging 16 carries a game right now. So Bijan is averaging 20 opportunities a game in an offense that had some very tough matchups at the beginning of the season, such as going up against the Chiefs and Steelers, mixed in with the Eagles there as well. Going into the future, Bijan will have much better matchups, and I still stand by. I think Bijan is a top 5 RB. Nick says, Braylon Allen or Zamir White. I did not want to be here, but I'm leaning towards Allen. 100%. Zamir White's in a much worse offense. Zamir White's a much worse running back, and it doesn't look like the workload's very different. So if we have similar workloads, give me with the running back that's in a better offense and that's more talented. Okay. Ethan says, where do you think Adams gets traded to? Let's play a hypothetical game in the live chat right now. So obviously people are speculating that potentially this Davante Adams injury aligns with Davante Adams maybe just wanting to get shipped out of Las Vegas. Can y'all please spam the chat? Where do you think Davante Adams is playing football in week 8? If you think he's still with the Raiders, hell, drop in the chat that he's with the Raiders. But if you think he's traded somewhere, where do you think Davante Adams is playing football in week 8? Bills. I don't think I'd see the Bills, to be honest. They specifically just got rid of Diggs because they didn't want to pay that receiver. Henry says Ravens. I mean, if the Ravens could make the money work, it would make a lot of sense. The Jets, I'd say the same thing. If the Jets could make the money work, I think everybody would want to see him with the Jets. Vikings make. Maybe Aaron, you're a Vikings fan, but I don't see how that makes sense. Jets, Bills, Carolina. Carolina makes 0 sense. 0% chance that happens. Green Bay, very low probability that happens. Bills, Raiders, Jets, Bills, Jets. Dolphins, 0% chance that happens. Jets, Raiders, Bucks, 0% chance that happens. Bills, Cowboys, Jets, Packers, Chiefs, Jets, Bills. I'd say Chiefs probably not in division. Looks like a bunch of people are on the Jets or Bills. Just surprised to see this many people coming out and picking the Bills as that team. I mean, I had the Bills as my Super Bowl team this year coming into the season, which a lot of people trashed on us for, but I think this is a team with one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I think Josh Allen's honestly, I don't know. I want to say he's the second best quarterback in the NFL, but I know people hate that. But it seems like Allen's best when you're not having to force anything to a specific receiver. Malachi says, can I get a free team review if I use code FLOCK during the preseason, or is it only available who used it during the season? I'm very sorry. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog during the offseason, like if you used it over the summer, you should have received the draft guide and all the draft guide updates as well as the rankings for free. So no, this promo for a free team review and a live stream with code FLOCK on Underdog started for people who have that new account on September 5th onwards. So I'm very sorry, my guy. But yeah, we obviously have different promos with Underdog at different times of the year. And the free team review promo in one of these live streams is starting on September 5th afterwards. Cole says Mahomes is washed. Mahomes is as good as he ever was. He's not throwing the ball deep downfield. He's not throwing the ball with aggression, but it's because they don't need to win football games. Let's see. Arduro says, would you trade Harrison for Jordan Mason and Tyreek Hill? Yes, I would. Easily. Trade Harrison, get Jordan Mason for the short-term production, and once Tua is back in, Tyreek's better than Harrison yet again. Okay. Tyler says, Achane and Rice for Saquon Barkley. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Devon Achane and Rashee Rice. Barkley obviously is the most valuable player in fantasy football, so I understand why people would potentially want to be going with Barkley. I mean, just going through and putting this into the trade calculator that we have on the site. And by the way, if you ever have any questions like this, you can always go to the site and use the trade calculator for free. But yeah, it has this as the Rashee Rice and Devon Achane side winning, the Saquon Barkley side losing. I think we stand by that, even if Barkley is the most valuable asset in fantasy right now. Jaden says streaming room tour. Ooh. How about this? We had 10,000 likes on the stream. I'll get y'all a streaming room tour. I'll show y'all everything that's in this room right now. And y'all will be so impressed. This room that I'm in currently is probably larger than the majority of houses in the country. In just this streaming room by itself, we are overlooking a lake right now. This room is probably about 2,800 square feet. The artifacts that we have in here. Last time I had an appraiser come in and update the estimated values, at least 4.5 million. That's what he told me on the conservative end. So If y'all want to see a stream, room, this is the room to see. Maybe we'll let you see it for 10,000 likes. We'll see. All right. Now, Jason says trading Diggs, Pollard for Daniels. Is it worth it? Especially with the Dell injury. I don't know. I assume you could just get more for Stephon Diggs. I'd assume you could get more. Benny says, I heard they used that house for MTV Cribs. They definitely reached out to me to use it, but the thing is, I told them I didn't have the time because they went, Mason, the house is so big that you live in. We're going to have to spend 2 weeks there recording. This can't be a one-day shoot. We're going to have an entire crew. We're going to have 2 weeks. We're going to have to print out maps of the floor plan so we don't get lost. And I just didn't have time for that, of course. Okay. Nick says, is Jacoby Myers an automatic start now with the Devontae Adams injury? I moved Jacoby Myers in the rankings on the site to be, at least in my rankings on the site, to be a flex consideration. I do not think Jacoby Myers is an automatic start. I do think that Brock Bowers is tight end 1. That's for sure. But real quick, let's move back over and let's get some more of these questions going over on flockfantasy.com. Definitely want to reiterate, of course, if you ever wanted to use like any of these tools on the site, you can always use the trade calculator here for free. You can always use, say, the trade finder for free as well. Say you want to go, oh, I want to see what Tyreek Hill is getting traded for right now. You can go ahead and say like, oh, Tyreek Hill is getting traded for Pickens, Robinson, Olave, Adams, Moss, Connor, Waddle, Higgins, Moss, Jameson. You can go, oh, I want to see trades where Tyreek was sent and Harrison was received. What does this look like? And you go through and see, oh, someone traded Tyreek for Harrison straight up today. And these are real leagues here. So you can use this trade finder for free on the site. The expert rankings on the site are free as well. And this is all flockfantasy.com. And you can go ahead and you can submit any question that you want to get answered over there with the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can submit a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you're wanting through flockfantasy.com to get answered in one of these live streams. And even if you're not in the stream, you're still going to get the answer sent to you through the site with that clip so you can watch it at any time that you want. But if you wanted that team review, of course, definitely the best way to go about getting it is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go to the link in the live chat, the link in the description, and use promo code FLOCK and make at least a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You will get the free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. You'll get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard as well for this Sunday, and a free team review through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way, when Underdog sends me the list of email addresses the next day, I can go through and I can accredit your account with a free team review voucher. But let's move this over. And yeah, definitely going through Underdog and just depositing the $10 is the cheapest way to get that team review. But let's move this over to burner accounts. This is a team that took advantage of that free offer on Underdog and got this team review. But anyway, this is Kings Cup is the team name. Right now we are 6th in the league analyzer. But looking at the league analyzer, everybody is very, very close together, except teams 11 and 12. RIP teams 11 and 12. Says, how do I improve the team? Trade recommendations. And should I just wait for Cup to come back before trading him? All right, so let's go ahead and let's check this out. So currently, if we are sitting here at quarterback, we are looking at Jordan Love and Sam Darnold. So with both these QBs, completely fine with them, of course. They are streaming quarterbacks for me. Definitely not players that we are starting every week, regardless of matchup. Definitely fine rostering both of them. But yeah, quarterback's not the issue with this team. The issue with this team, and it's a big issue, is running back. Now, James Conner's my running back 1 in my league as well. Now, I'll tell you, I have a little bit of a better running back at RB2 than what we are sitting here with Tajay Spears. That's for sure. But beyond Conner, we have only Spears and Chandler. So we don't have the top end production at running back. The depth at running back isn't super inspiring as well. So if we're looking at what this team needs to do, we need to find a way to improve the running back room. Now, this is a league where you can start 4 wide receivers every week. So definitely you can't build around wide receiver here. And we have Lamb, Nico, Evans, Amari. We can start them this week, start them every week going into the future, presumably until you get Cooper Kupp back in. Then we start Kupp over Amari, of course. Now, with that being said, if this is a team where you're currently at 1-2, you're currently at 0-3, 100%, you need to go through and you need to look to sell Cooper Kupp and get a running back in right this second. We need to go to a team that actually has a considerable amount of running back depth. This team has Gibbs, Ramondre, Brian Robinson, Jonathan Brooks. And we need to see if we can get back a running back in return that excites us. Like if we could potentially go through and say, sell Cooper Kupp and in return here, get back maybe Ramondre Stevenson and Brian Thomas, I would really like that move. Obviously, very rarely are we wanting to trade one player for 2. But I think here it could potentially make sense where we would have the ability to just cut our second quarterback, bring in another running back that's going to be startable. While, yes, we downgrade at wide receiver, it's with somebody that we weren't starting anyway, and we're still just chasing the long-term upside there anyway with the rookie. Another thing that you could look at to get that deal done is now that Sam Laporta was practicing in full today, and it looks like Laporta is going to play, we could potentially go ahead and look to just throw Cole Kmet in that deal, where this team here that has no Evan Ingram, no TJ Hawkinson, maybe they'd be excited to get Kmet, and maybe they'd be excited to get a little more value there at tight end. This team doesn't have the running back depth to make a trade with us. This team has Bijan, Pollard, Dobbins, Singletary, Algier, Gus Edwards. So they do have plenty of running backs. If you were 1-2, if you were 0-3, to sell Kupp and get back in return Pollard and Pickens, it's not the most exciting move in the world, but it's a trade that would keep us in the game where we have a running back that we can start and we get back that viable wide receiver, which I do want that wide receiver in return, considering that this is that league where we can start 4 of them and there are 12 teams, so the wide receiver depth does matter. Now, with that being said, I think it's especially important for us to try to prioritize bringing in another RB, specifically because this is a half PPR format as well. So for the flex, running back is going to be slightly more advantageous than it would be in a full PPR league. Now, if you did not want to trade away one of those receivers like Cooper Kupp to go get that running back play right this second, I think the other move that you could make is we decide if Love and Laporta are both good to go, you cut Sam Darnold, you cut Cole Kmet and you pick up 2 running backs. We go pick up 2 guys that are in the range of Emmanuel Wilson, players that if an injury were to occur this Sunday and they step into that RB1 role, their immediate starts rest of season. That's what we're looking to roster those guys down there at the bottom of the team that could have that upside to jump up and make a difference for us. But plan A, I think, is to go ahead and sell Kupp, get a running back in, get a receiver in return, just go get 2 depth pieces in a deeper starting lineup league. And then if we needed to, we could cut either the backup quarterback or the backup tight end, particularly based off the availability and the health of Love and Laporta. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. I just think that this team's probably very straightforward on what we are wanting to do. Definitely don't need to cut any of the receivers at the bottom end of this team. Obviously, they're extremely valuable. And I do like having the deep receivers here in a 12-teamer in which we can start 4 of them. We just can't get by with this running back room in a half PPR format. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's move this over for McFalls. Says, hey, Mason, need help this week with the flex. And if you don't mind, maybe a quick review on your thoughts of the team. All right, let's go ahead and let's check this out. We have a wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 with Rice and Olave solid. We have a top end tight end with Kincaid. We have an RB1 and a low RB1 as well. I really like the squad overall. For the flex, now that A.J. Brown was at practice, I think A.J. Brown would be the very, very clear play if A.J. Brown is good to go. Now, if A.J. Brown does miss, then at that point, it will be much tougher. It's just we're dealing with a bunch of these injuries here. I think we're looking at Brown, Charbonnet, or Michael Wilson. A.J. Brown if A.J. Brown plays, Charbonnet if Walker misses. If Brown misses and Walker plays, then maybe Michael Wilson when you have no Trey McBride and you have a great matchup going up against the Commanders. Now, obviously, Wilson is our last option here. But I do want to reiterate that this is specifically in the instances where Kenneth Walker plays and A.J. Brown does not. Now, the Soaring Eagle always out in these live streams with us. Going to be excited to check this squad out for us. We have at tight end, Laporta, Zach Ertz to choose from. Looks like Laporta's going to play. At least from what I'm seeing. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Sam Laporta at tight ends. Quarterback, we're choosing between A-Rich, Goff, and Geno. I'm going to be going with Goff against the Seahawks. And we're going to go with A-Rich as well. A-Rich is a horrible matchup against Pitt. He's been horrible, but he at least has some rushing upside. And then for the flex position, it looks like we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Nico Collins. Crazy wide receiver room. But it does appear that Collins should be good to go this week, my guy. Now let's move this over to the ruthless one. This is CD's Nuts Waddle. Interesting team name. Interesting. Sitting at 3-0, feel like I am somewhat set up for the future, but not entirely sure what moves, if any, should we be making. So this is that number one team with the league analyzer. I really do appreciate you and want to congratulate you on being 3-0. My guy, thank you for being a member of the flock and excited to check this team out. Now, at quarterback, we have Daniels. Obviously, Daniels is a QB that we can start every single week. Looks phenomenal. We all saw the performance in primetime this past week. You have the rushing upside, and he is so far a pretty efficient passer as well. Something that we can be really excited about. Going over to what we have at running back. Right now, we have Kyron as our RB1. Beyond this, we have Jordan Mason as a short-term RB1 in our RB2 slot. And in the long term, we actually have Jonathan Brooks coming in. So this is a really comfortable position to be in. We have Benson, Roshan, Blake, Corum. I think, did we not already? We saw a team that was very similar to this earlier in the live stream, almost with an identical running back room. Almost an identical running back room. Going over to receiver, we have 3 wide receiver ones with Lamb, Rice, Neighbors. This is in a 12-team format. We have the guys that can continue to get better as the season goes on with Waddle, JSN, and Keon Coleman. So obviously this is a spot where we don't need these players. But I actually don't like the idea of trading them away. If you're looking at Waddle, JSN, and Keon Coleman, while typically when we look at wide receiver depth pieces like this that we don't need because we are elite at wide receiver at the top, we say, okay, yeah, if we can go make a 2-for-1 deal and upgrade there at tight end, let's go ahead and let's do it. Specifically in this instance, where you're sitting here and we have 3 of these depth receivers that are actually going to continue to increase in value as the season goes on, I actually would rather be holding them. We don't need the production right now, especially on a 3-0 team. And then if we get a big JSN pop again, then maybe at that point we go ahead and we make a trade for a tight ends where we sell JSN. Or maybe once Tua does come back, then at that point we see what kind of price point we could get for Waddle and see if we can pivot over to a tight end like Brock Bowers, pivot over to a tight end like Trey McBride. But if you were to go through and sell these wide receivers right this second, I think that you would be getting a discount on what their value could be a month from now. And specifically on a 3-0 team where we can afford to focus in on the long-term upside, that's not necessarily something that we are wanting to do. I'm not wanting to sell players at a discount just because we don't need them. Especially on a 3-0 team where, I mean, we don't really need the production anytime soon. It's not like we're desperate here. Now, going over to what we have at tight end, we are sitting with Parkinson. So obviously, we are just streaming the tight end position here. I know we're not in love with Colby Parkinson. I know that we would be quick to move on from him if we found somebody else that we liked off the waiver wire. But Yeah, I think the long-term play, we want to upgrade tight ends. I just think it makes no sense to look to do that in the short term, because in the short term, we don't need the production. And I think some of these guys down here at the bottom end of our team are actually going to continue to improve and continue to get more and more valuable. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we can say with this team, but this team is just so much freaking better than mine. I don't know what we could possibly say. Like, we have 3 wide receiver ones. Also a long-term thing. I mean, if we have some of these depth receivers absolutely popping, if you wanted to potentially go ahead and see if we could sell maybe a depth receiver with Kyron Williams to go pivot over to go pivot over to Bijan, Hall, or Barkley, we would. I am a little bit concerned about the Kyron offense, but I think the Rams offense will actually get better as the season goes on as well. So I think we're already the best team in the league by far. And at the same time, I think we're going to continue to get better even if we don't do anything. So I wish I had more for you, my guy, but honestly, I think you're in a great spot. I think you just need to be patient. I think that you're going to be golden. Now let's go over to this trade question from El Jefe. So starting off 0-3 and we need production right now. Then we get Garrett Wilson. Thinking the trade's decent. Should I even ask for more for the guy? So if you wanted to ask for more from the guy, if we're 0-3, obviously we're focused in on getting production right this second. What you could look to do is you could look to ask for a sweetener and see if we can get somebody like Xavier Worthy in as well. But specifically on an 0-3 team, even if Tyreek is ahead of Garrett Wilson in my rankings quite easily, I don't fault you at all for pivoting over to Garrett Wilson. The thing with Wilson, though, is he does have a very tough schedule coming up. Okay. So let's move this over to the next start set. This one coming up from Ivy Tacoma. Here, wide receiver, we're choosing between Godwin, Debo. It looks like Debo may play. Godwin's a must-start option. We're going to go, honestly, Flowers. If Debo plays against the Pats, I don't necessarily know if he's a must-start guy. We're going to have to pick up another tight end. You cannot start Trey McBride. Trey McBride has been listed as out. Going over to running back, Bijan's a must-start guy. He's had 20 opportunities on average every game. Going down to the flex here, I think, if Debo plays, we go ahead and we take Debo Samuel. If not, we go ahead and we take Zach Moss. So it's going to be between Moss and Debo. We'll put Moss in just because obviously it's not like Debo has been ruled good to go at this point. And real quick, if we hit 400 likes on the stream, we are going to go back to the live chat and start answering some free questions. So if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. If we hit 400, we will get to the live questions of the chat. But Mullet Master says, just deposited in an Underdog with the flock code. Any ideas on how long it will take to get the voucher? So what happens, just to pull back the curtain for everybody, is Underdog every morning sends me a list of the email addresses for people who use promo code FLOCK and made at least a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy. Then that morning, we go ahead and we get it over to the developer team, and they accredit all those accounts with the free team review voucher. So if you just use promo code FLOCK today, you should get your free team review voucher tomorrow. But let's move this team review over here. This is one of those free Underdog teams. For James says, crashing my Camaro. Says, hey Mason, currently 1-2. Would love to know your thoughts. Recently traded Nico Collins for Jamar Chase Ramadre. Love it. Then traded Ramadre and Andrews for Kittle and Pittman. And if Kittle's back this week, that looks like a great deal as well. Any moves we should be looking to make? Love the videos. Thank you so much, my guy. But yeah, real quick, definitely want to address like the overall context of what's going on in this league. This is a league where the top 3 teams are juggernauts. Bed Bath & Bijan, Cokes, and Crashing. These are the 3 best teams in the league by far. Then after that, we have some middle-of-the-road teams here with teams 4 through 8. And then the teams at 9 and 10 are absolutely garbage. This pretty bad team, I have no idea how are they even in this league. They have Richardson, Ramadre, Brian Robinson, Puka, JSN, Mark Andrews. It's a 10-team league. Like, dear RIP, we, on the other hand, are sitting here with one of those juggernaut squads. looking at this, and somebody says, crashing my Kamara better have Rashee Rice. This team does have Rashee Rice here. This team has Rashee Rice and Alvin Kamara. So a pretty unique team name. I'll tip my cap to you. Quarterback, we are sitting with CJ Stroud and Sam Darnold. Obviously, Darnold's looked very good. It's not like Stroud has a ton of rushing upside here, so I'm not going to fault you whatsoever. If you wanted to go through and if you wanted to roster 2 quarterbacks in this instance, definitely not necessarily something that you have to do, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Not the worst thing in the world. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are elite at the very top. We are not rostering a ton of these players. It is a league where we're going to start 2 receivers and 1 flex, but we have Kamara and Jonathan Taylor. So we are sitting with 2 running backs that are extremely exciting. Beyond this, we have Braylon Allen as the desperation play / premium handcuff. We have Kareem Hunt as the wild card. So definitely this is a team where I would like to, if possible, go out and bring in a little more running back depth, particularly in a format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter a ton. Going over to what we have at receiver, we have Chase and Rice. So we have 2 wide receiver ones to pair up with our 2 running back ones. We have Kupp, Amari, Ridley, Pittman. So we have a ton of wide receiver depth here. The easy thing to do is say, oh, let's go ahead and let's sell Calvin Ridley and let's go get another depth running back like Tony Pollard. That's the easy thing to say to do. Now, of course, I understand it's much easier said than done. And I would love for you to try to do it. Like if you can potentially sell, say, Amari Cooper and go get Najee Harris, Calvin Ridley and go get Tony Pollard. I would love to do so. If we're looking at this team, I definitely want to be rostering more running backs if possible. Now, the thing is, one, if those trades get rejected, we actually have a little bit of a different path to another deal that could be very easy to make. And that deal would actually just be with the waiver wire. Very simple. Where all you need to do is go ahead and actually look to cut Hunter Henry, cut Sam Darnold, pick up 2 running backs off waivers. Where if you look at this here, this is a team that Kittle looks like he's going to be good to go this week. CJ Stroud has Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs. So I think Stroud you can very easily play. It's a 10-team format, so I don't want to sit here and act like Sam Darnold and Hunter Henry are a very valid. I think you can cut the backup quarterback, cut the backup tight end, pick up 2 running backs. And if you don't want to do that, then maybe go ahead and try to sell one of these depth receivers and go get a running back in return. This is just a boring low-end RB2. Ramondre Stevenson, Tony Pollard, Najee Harris by selling one of like Amari, Ridley, or Pittman. But I really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this. My guy, again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Definitely love the team. Like I said, this is one of those top 3 teams in the league. It is that juggernaut group. Now let's go over to a start sit question from Lobo. Here, wide receiver, we are looking between DJ Moore, Yoshi Vosh, Brian Thomas, Jalen Waddle, and Jamison Williams. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take DJ Moore. This is despite Keenan Allen being good to go this week. And then for the flex spot, we have those same wide receivers, and we have running backs mixed in as well. So I actually will play Kenneth Walker. Going to be honest with you, though. Obviously, it's a very tough matchup for Walker. So I'm not super optimistic with it, but also even if Walker misses here, we can pivot to Charbonnet. Now going over to Josiah's question, says, League Mate offered me this. Is it a good deal? Note the league leaders added a 0.2 point per carry for running back. So if it is 0.2 point per carry for running back's everything. In this league, there's a big gap between Bijan Robinson seeing 20 opportunities a game and Jahmyr Gibbs. But at the same time, you're freaking getting Tyreek Hill and Sam Laporta on it. So, and Pittman's almost a nothing burger in this format. We're definitely throwing a running back in the flex spot in this format. So in a point per carry league, I definitely am not as excited about Gibbs. Like I definitely look to pivot off of Gibbs to go get somebody like Taylor. But yeah, you're just getting way too much value not to take this deal. Okay. So let's move this over. This next trade question coming out from Austin. This is Bowers versus DJ Moore. Honestly, I'm going to have to move Bowers up in my rankings. Let's do this right now. Because if you have any validity to this, and real quick, we need to update our weekly tight end rankings. McBride is going to miss, so let's just go ahead and let's put him at the very bottom. Looks like Kittle is going to play, so we're actually going to be moving Kittle up to about tight end 5. We're going to move Bowers up to tight end 1 this week with no Devontae Adams. We're going to be moving George Kittle. So we're going to be moving Kincaid up to tight end 2. Pitts ahead of Kelsey, Laporta, Goddard ahead of pretty much everybody here. But what we need to do is we need to look at our rest of season ranks. And if you're having any issues where you don't see a voucher and you think that you need a voucher, shoot me a personal message on Discord. My name's Flock Fantasy. You can find the link in the description, or you can email mason.at.flockfantasy.com. Nobody in the live chat's going to be able to help you with customer service right now. We're live streaming. But anyway, going over and looking at this, if you think that potentially you are going to have no Devontae Adams here in Las Vegas going into the future, I think we need to move Bowers dramatically up these rankings. I think Bowers jumps all these receivers, to be honest. Because honestly, looking at this, with the possibility that Devontae Adams is out of Las Vegas, I would well rather have Brock Bowers over DJ Moore. This is a team that we have links, so we have Ferguson. Obviously, Ferguson's a very strong option. But if you're selling Bowers, I think we want more unless we get the clarity that Adams is going to be a Raider for the rest of the season. Okay. This trades Rome and Devonta Smith for A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown's back at practice. If A.J. Brown doesn't play this week, he'll be 100% after the bye. Keenan Allen's coming back into Chicago. I think this maybe negatively impacts Rome just a bit. I'm going to prefer A.J. Brown here, rest of season. Now, Real Superman coming out with one of those free team reviews from Underdog. Going to be excited to check this out for you, my guy. This is for the love of the game. Currently, we are sitting here as the 3rd team in the league analyzer. And of course, real quick, if you have not done so already, hit that like button in the stream. We will get to all the free questions in the live chat once we hit 400 likes on this live stream. But looking at this team here, we are currently 3rd with the league analyzer. Definitely the team at the top here has a little bit of an edge. You're just asking if there are any trades or moves. This is a 12-team format where you only start a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter for us in this league. But looking at the team, this is a monstrous squad. We have Jaden Daniels and Jordan Love at quarterback. Obviously, we're starting Daniels every single week. I don't mind rostering Love just in case all of a sudden you get a massive game for Love. He has the name appeal. You could potentially look to include him in a deal and make a 2-for-1 trade elsewhere to get an starting lineup upgrade. Going over to what we have at running back, we currently are sitting with Alvin Kamara and Kyron Williams. So we have 2 top 10 RBs rest of season. So 2 RB1s, even in a 10-team format. Going beyond this, you're currently sitting with Rachaad White, Bucky Irving, Emmanuel Wilson, Jamal Williams. Rachaad White, not super excited as my RB2, but as my RB3, I'll take Rachaad White, especially if we have Bucky Irving on the same squad. So, I mean, this is a great running back room overall. Going over to wide receiver, at the same time, we have Chase. We have A.J. Brown. So we have 2 top 10 wide receivers rest of season. We have Reed taking that step forward with Jordan Love back in. Shakir's looked great. Wan'Dale Robinson, strong performance. I think at this point, based on what we saw from the Thursday night game, I would go ahead and I would cut Jalen Tolbert to just pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I understand that potentially this is not a situation in which we should be super, super excited about what we have, say, on the waiver wire with the amount of roster spots that you have in this league. It does look like waiver wire options will be a little bit thinner, but specifically in a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I just don't see the upside for Jalen Tolbert to actually be making an impact in your starting lineup. So if you could move on from Tolbert, pick up another running back off of waivers, that would be very interesting for me. Definitely don't need to be rostering a backup tight end with Dalton Kincaid. But overall, it's a great team where I don't really think you need to be making any trades here. If you could sell, say, Rachaad White and Khalil Shakir for a 2-for-1 deal to a player that you're super excited about as an RB3, like if you could go Shakir and Rachaad White to go get Kenneth Walker, I think that would be a no-brainer. But obviously, it's hard for me to say that's something that you can for sure do. I think it's very much going to be dependent on your league mates here, because obviously most people know, Rachaad White has been falling down dramatically. But yeah, at the minimum, we cut Tolbert, we pick up another running back. But I mean, it is a great team. Of course, we are sitting here with one of the top 3 teams in the league. Look at the league analyzer. What's the best team in the league? Okay, this team has St. Brown, Rice, Nico, Wilson, Derrick Henry, Montgomery, Trey McBride. Yeah, that team is a little crazy. But yeah, really appreciate you, my guy, and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Let's move over this start sit question for Guacho. Here, running back, we are going to be looking at Charbonnet, Carson Steele, Javonte Jaleel, Ford. Do we have word? Can y'all let me know in the live chat? Is Kareem Hunt playing this week? Because honestly, Kareem Hunt's availability for me does definitely play a role in what we are looking in terms of the appeal to potentially get in Carson Steele. Yeah, looks like he may end up playing. I can't find anything official on if Kareem Hunt will play. But if that is going to be the case, I'm definitely trying to avoid Steele this week. If you have Kareem Hunt playing and at the same time Zach Charbonnet plays, I'd probably just go ahead and take Jerome Ford. I mean, it's a game where Chuba Hubbard just was a clear RB1. And then down in the flex, between Keon Coleman and these other options, I probably go... Actually, no, we have Terry McLaurin. We go Terry McLaurin. Let's play it safe. Obviously, you finally had the deep ball from Jaden Daniels this past week, and it was glorious. Now, let's get this trade question going for Hellboy Jordan. Says, this is a trade I want to send. What are we thinking? So, going from Nico to A.J. Brown. Lateral move / slight downgrade. Mason and Amari to Kyron Williams. I think you can make an argument for the Kyron and A.J. Brown side if you are currently in a spot where you are looking at A.J. Brown and Nico Collins in the same tier of your own rankings. Now, A.J. Brown and Nico Collins are in the same tier of my own rankings, which is why I'm willing to go out there and make this pivot to get another player like Kyron Williams. But it really is going to be up to you there with your personal value of those two receivers. Now, Zigster coming out with a question, essentially just looking at who we're going to start a quarterback between A-Rich, Darnold, and Fields. If it is a 6-point passing touchdown format, you go with Sam Darnold. You go with the quarterback that has looked great so far this season. If this is a 4-point passing touchdown league, where maybe instead what actually matters a little bit more is the rushing upside, we go with Anthony Richardson. Let me pull up the last numbers that we had specifically for the implied team totals here with these respective offenses. Obviously, it's a very tough matchup for A-Rich going up against Pitt. Right now, Pittsburgh does have a 20.5-point implied team total, which is only about 1 point lower than the Minnesota Vikings. So sportsbooks are projecting out the Colts to score a similar amount of points as Minnesota this week. Obviously, it's a very tough matchup, but if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where we're chasing rushing upside, I'd probably go with A-Rich. Now, let's move this over. Hunter says, I saw my name next yesterday and now I'm gone. Definitely check. If y'all think, oh, Mason should have got to my question by now, go to the My Reviews page on flockfantasy.com and check and see if your review is still pending or if it's on the completed section. Because there is a chance that I already answered it and it may be completed. And then obviously there you can copy and paste that YouTube link and you can see exactly what we said. But Jada Tiger coming out with the trade question. This is London and Henry versus Brees. This does appear to be a full PBR format, and in a full PBR league, I do expect there to be a pretty big gap between Derrick Henry and Brees Hall, especially if it's a 10-team format where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. It's a linked league, so those settings should be correct. I just go with the best player in that instance, and we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Brees Hall. Okay. Now, our red here, starting a running back between Mason, Achane, and Zach Moss. Here it really does come down to, 1, is Raheem Mostert playing? 2, is this a full PPR format? Obviously, we were much lower on most people than Achane last week, and people hated us for it. Hated us. Probably end up going with Jordan Mason and just playing it safe, where the Niners are projected to win this game by about 10 points. Going over to the flex between Moss, Tyreek, Achane, London, Terry. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go with Achane. I think that Achane could potentially have a little bit of a safer floor with the bad quarterback play than what you have with Tyreek Hill. Now, Ben C coming out with a start sit says, hey, Mason, torn between Jones and London at the flex spot this week. Leaning Jones, but not sure. So wide receiver, we have Harrison, St. Brown. Obviously, we're playing regardless. Tight end, we have Pitts, no pivot option. Running back, best option would be Brian Robinson with no Eckler, but yeah, not looking at that there. So looking at this, you're saying we're between Jones and London. I don't see a Jones here. Are you talking about Aaron Jones? I would go Drake London over Aaron. What I would do is, is Austin Eckler going to play this week? Let me see if we can find this update. Okay. Can y'all please spam the chat? Is Eckler playing? I can't find anything right here. Let me check Sleeper. I have Eckler on my own squad, and honestly, if Mixon plays and Akers is not viable, I may have to throw Eckler in and send up a prayer that we get some cheap receptions. Eckler is out. So with Eckler ruled out for week 4, if you look at my flex rankings, the guy I actually have ranked highest, so I just wanted to confirm about Eckler, is Brian Robinson. With no Austin Eckler, Brian Robinson is in a spot that he's going to not get squeezed for the targets in this offense. We've seen in the past that he is able to catch the ball when given the opportunity. It's not like, obviously I'm not talking down on him. I've said from the very beginning, Jordan Mason is an RB1 with no CMC. He's just not a top-end RB1 like McCaffrey is because he's not going to catch the ball. Jordan Mason can't catch the football. He was like 4 or 5 receptions his entire NFL career. Maybe he's up to 6 now. But Brian Robinson can. I'm pretty sure there's probably a game where Brian Robinson has 6 receptions. So I actually go Brian Robinson there for the flex. Now, Seymour Nuts coming out says, Mason, Ridley versus Brooks and Higgins. I'd rather have Jordan Mason over Jonathan Brooks the rest of the season. I'd rather have Higgins over Ridley. But I'd probably just go with the Jordan Mason side. Because while you probably have more games with Brooks being a starting RB than you do with Jordan Mason, the Jordan Mason starting games will just be in a much better offense overall than Carolina. Okay, real quick, like I said, if we hit 400 likes on the stream, we are going to be answering the free questions in the live chat. So go down there and hit that like button. I'll pivot over and start answering questions in the chat. But Nork coming out with a team review. Always out in the chat. Always happy to see you, my guy. Thank you so much for everything. Says, kind of guaranteed to make the playoffs. I don't know if I should start setting up for the playoffs already. So, yeah, looking at this team here, you are sitting with by far and away the best squad. I'm at least, according to the league analyzer, if you are telling me that we are sitting with a 3-0 roster on top of this, then there are moves that we want to be making. Going over to quarterback, we currently have Brock Purdy and Daniel Jones. So obviously not a super strong QB room, but to be honest with you, I actually think that you're in a really comfortable position to sit still and be patient with these quarterbacks. The reason being is if we are looking at these two QBs going into the future, you can play the matchups between them. I just cut Daniel Jones and we're streaming Daniel Jones. But Brock Purdy, we can play him when he has a solid matchup. And specifically with these league settings, sorry, wait a second. I was seeing a message. And when you're looking at Brock Purdy, in these league settings, it's a start 9 format. So quarterback is not going to be making up nearly as high of a percentage of our starting lineup output every single week as it would in a league where you had 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Because you can start so many wide receivers in this format, I'm kind of okay punting at QB. And yes, we will get to the live chat questions after this team review. Sorry, we're kind of all over the place right now. But long story short, quarterback's not as important in this league. We can stream and we can roster 2 guys. Looks like there are a bunch of bench spots as well. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Devon Achane and Jordan Mason. We had Jonathan Brooks for the long term. So if you are telling me I'm a lock for the playoffs, I'm 3-0, I have the best team in the league, we have this on lock. What I would do in that instance is I would more likely than not want to go ahead and want to see if we can get some value for Jordan Mason. Because we wouldn't expect Jordan Mason to be that viable option for us in the fantasy football playoffs in particular. Now, of course, the question is, well, how do we pivot off of Jordan Mason? How do we get that long-term value? You can do this in a couple different ways. You can pivot to a running back that's in a similar spot in the rest of season rankings, such as a Kenneth Walker. That Kenneth Walker will be viable by the time you get to the playoffs. It's not like we're completely dead there at RB2. You're still going to be able to go through and start somebody like Jerome Ford for the short term and then get Jonathan Brooks in the long term. But we probably want to target one of these teams that needs some help at running back right now, that maybe is dealing with a few injuries. Like this team has the McCaffrey injury. If you could trade Jordan Mason and go get Josh Jacobs, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. And honestly, this team, maybe we want to continue to attack because they don't have the wide receiver depth that we do. So honestly, maybe it would be interesting to see if we could make a 2-for-1 deal and upgrade at wide receiver as well. But the issue is because you start so many receivers in this format, like if the league analyzer is correct here and we can start 9 receivers every single week, we can start 5 receivers. We have Tyreek, Rice, Neighbors, Harrison, Debo in our lineup week in and week out. In that context, I don't give a damn about going out there and moving 2 receivers to get 1 in return. Now, obviously, if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, you throw that out the window. Any chance you get to make a 2-for-1 deal, we are going to go ahead and take advantage. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, we go ahead and we sell Deebo Samuel and Brock Purdy and go get an elite level quarterback. But for your format in particular, we have already done a phenomenal job optimizing. Going over to tight end, we have Bowers and Ferguson. So we have 2 extremely strong tight end options for right this second. I mean, if we're going to go through and look at maybe another move that we could potentially make, if you wanted to send a team that's really struggling here, a tight end like Jake Ferguson or Brock Bowers, and pivot over to get an upgrade elsewhere, you could see if we can send them like Ferguson and Achane to get, I know people aren't going to want Bijan. We'll not say that. You could see if we could send them like Bowers and Jonathan Brooks to get to Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that would be very interesting. And we had the plug and play guy with Ferguson anyway. Obviously, if you could do the deal with Ferguson, I think you would. I just don't think you can. I think you'd have to trade Bowers. This team has Kincaid. They're not going to be interested. This team's starting Cole Kmet. Maybe if you wanted to go through and see if we can sell like Bowers and Jonathan Brooks to go get to Alvin Kamara, I think that'd be very interesting. If not, you could still look to make that 2-for-1 deal and upgrade at wide receiver. It's not as important in a league like this. Where if you want to see if we could sell like Deebo Samuel and Jake Ferguson to this team with Cole Kmet and go get Jamar Chase, I would love to do that as well. But those 2-for-1 deals just typically aren't going to be as interesting, specifically in a format in which you can start so many wide receivers. The depth matters a ton. I don't care as much about quarterback here. Let's go back over to some of those teams with bad tight ends, though, and look at their quarterback rooms, just in case anything pops up. Like, hell, if you could sell Ferguson and Purdy to go get Kyler from the team with Goff, we would look to do that as well. If you could sell, I mean, this team doesn't have a viable QB. That team is Pitts. They're not going to be panicking. This team is David Njoku. They have A-Rich. Probably don't want to trade for A-Rich. But yeah, I think that there are some interesting moves that you can make. Obviously, as you already mentioned, the thing is we are already set up in a way that we are dominant currently, and we are pretty much destined to go to the playoffs. So if you wanted to make that trade where we sold Mason, we look for the long-term production, I think that could make sense, because obviously when McCaffrey does come back, which he may be back before the fantasy football playoffs, then Jordan Mason's pretty much irrelevant. But really do appreciate you always hanging out with us in the live streams, my guy. I really do hope I was able to help you out here a bit. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have any free questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll try to get to as many as we can right now. Dexter says, Dobbins, Stevenson, Akers, if Mixon's out. We got to pick 2.5 PPR format. I would go with Stevenson and Akers if you're in a spot in which you have no Mixon and you have no Herbert. Now, with that being said, if Herbert does end up playing, then obviously you are more excited about J.K. Dobbins. Let me go ahead and see if we can pull up what we have with the current lines between the Chargers and the Chiefs and see if that will give us any insight on if we can expect Herbert to play or not. So this is just the line side. Definitely not a sponsor, but honestly, absolutely love what they have. I wish we could make this on flockfantasy.com. Maybe we will. They essentially just pull in the best spread from every game. It's like an easy way to just get a quick snapshot of spreads, especially since I live in Texas, so we don't have sports books. But you have a 7-point spread, which is about the same thing that you had early in the week. This is in Los Angeles as well. I'd imagine this spread is saying that you probably have no Herbert in this game, but obviously, they could be even with Herbert. Do y'all think Herbert plays this week? Let me know in the chat. Swine Flu says Zay or Jacoby Myers for the flex spot. I think I would just stick with Zay Flowers. I mean, if you are looking at Zay Flowers, this is a receiver that should be in a higher volume passing attack. Now that you have a close game against the Buffalo Bills projected. Going over to Underdog real quick to look at the updated projections that they have with Myers. They have Myers higher, lower 44.5 receiving yards, higher, lower 9.15 fantasy points, which is actually funny because I made my rankings of him on flockfantasy.com before I looked at this. I just assumed that Underdog hadn't had him out at that point. And yeah, I ranked Myers with this kind of being the expectation as well, that he was a borderline flex play. If you're looking at Zay Flowers, you're sitting at 47.5 receiving yards, higher, lower. So you get 9.35 fantasy points. So it's definitely a close call between the two, but I'd rather have Flowers. Okay, let's move this. Ryder says, is Baker Mayfield a good play this week? If you are looking at the projections that you currently have for Baker, obviously one thing is Baker's not really going to run the ball at all. It's going to be difficult to go out and ever project him to do that. Going up against Philly, it is a defense that just did limit the New Orleans Saints a considerable amount. Looking at the projected lines that you have on Underdog, you currently have Baker Mayfield at 233.5 passing yards. Higher, lower. Obviously, no rushing upside, really. Higher, lower, 11.5 rushing yards. I think Baker falls into the class of guys that he's a fine streaming quarterback, where if he's going up against Washington, obviously, you'd be so freaking pumped. But against a team like Philly, not nearly as excited. Amita says, play Jordan Love if he plays or Sam Darnold. I would go Jordan Love if he does play. I mean, Jordan Love and the Packers are currently favored over the Minnesota Vikings, if that matters to you. Let's see this. Bruce says, Ayuk plus Shaheed equals Tyreek in a full PPR format. I'm very easily going to go ahead and take Tyreek Hill here. Like, we can use the trade calculator on the site real quick and show this as well. But, I mean, I still am ranking Tyreek with some respect, at least in the rest of season rankings. Because if you're looking at Tyreek, at least in my personal expectations, I'm expecting that we are getting Tua back. And if Tua does come back here, and then all of a sudden, I mean, you're in a spot in which Tyreek goes right back to being the wide receiver 1 in fantasy. Ayuk, Shaheed. I'm actually going to be using my values. And here, yeah, we have the Tyreek Hill side winning. Sorry, I forgot to show the bar. But yeah, I think you prefer Tyreek. Shaheed's just that like depth play that you can throw in there and hope for a big play. If you're desperate during a bye. Let's move this. Emerson says, who do we start between Mooney, JSN, or Jordan Addison? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jackson Smith and Jigba with relative ease as well. I mean, Mooney, yes, is exciting. And we'll actually have some better matchups going into the future. So I understand wanting to go in that direction. Addison, I would definitely prefer to at least see him healthy for a week and see what that workload's going to look like or the target share in the offense. I will say I definitely drafted a ton of Jordan Addison, specifically in underdog drafts. So I'm really hoping that Addison comes out and crushes. But it's difficult to say that that's for sure going to happen here. But let's move this over. And also, I mean, we can look at the projections that you have too with these guys. That would be almost positive that Underdog has Jackson Smith and Jigba is the highest guy here. JSN, higher, lower, 48.5 receiving yards. Mooney, higher, lower, 37.5. Addison, higher, lower, 39.5. Yeah, so Underdog agrees. I mean, JSN has played a career high with a snap rate every week over the past 3. Okay. Calcivier says, Godwin, Hill, Reed. We got to pick 2.5 PPR format. I'm going to go with Godwin and Tyreek. I'm definitely very excited about Jaden Reed, assuming that we get Jordan Love back in. But to be fair, it is a pretty tough matchup that you have going up against what is, at least up until this point, one of the best defenses in the NFL. So, yeah, I think you go Godwin and Tyreek. While Tyreek has horrible quarterback play, and y'all know we've been saying, like, hey, be very, very scared of this offense here in Miami, Tyreek only needs one big play to really get there, which I think does give him a little bit of a decent floor. And Jordan Addison's definitely not a must-start player. I mean, Addison you can consider, and I hope Addison crushes. But, I mean, what did we see from Jordan Addison before the injury here? I know Jalen Naylor has been fine over the past 3 weeks, but Addison gives you the 3 receptions to 35 receiving yards before the injury in week 1. I know the Vikings have been good. They've been an elite defense. They've been a pretty good offense. That if defense has been giving them the ball exactly where you want it. But I don't know. You still have Jefferson fully healthy. I don't know what the target share looks like for Addison. And I said this as someone who drafted a lot of Jordan Addison in underdog basketball drafts because he was going as wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5. And I thought you could have him finish as a wide receiver 3, but I don't view him as a must-start guy if you're playing like a 2 wide receiver 1 flex league. But let's move this over and let's get some more questions going on the site. Of course, y'all can always go over to flockfantasy.com. Use any of the tools that you want for free, like the trade calculator, the trade finder. I will say if you want to use my values or any of the individual creator values, that will be behind a paywall, but you can always use the average experts for free. And if you wanted to ask a question for one of these live streams, that will be up here in the little top corner that says expert advice. This little comment button, you can ask a team review, trade question, or a start set question. I'll definitely reiterate that if you wanted to get a team review, by far and away the cheapest way to do it, and what I'd recommend, is by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will also get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for Sunday. Additionally, a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for Sunday, and a free team review in one of these live streams. You just have to make sure that you set up an account on on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way, the next day when Underdog gives me the list of emails that use code FLOCK and made at least that $10 deposit, then we can go through and credit them with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be a free team review from Underdog. This is I Have Nothing. Okay, I was expecting this to be the worst team in the league based off team name. You look at the league analyzer, however, and we are smoking the rest of these fools. It says, first time in a league with my friends, starting off 3-0, just traded Charbonnet and Christian Kirk for Brian Thomas and Carson Steele. Should I put in a waiver claim for Jonathan Brooks and replacement over Steele? Yes, I would. Do you think there are any upgrades I should be looking to make? Well, first off, I'll say congrats on being 3-0. Congrats on, with the league analyzer, having the best team in the league. The league analyzer doesn't account for your record, by the way. And yeah, I mean, going into the future, we should definitely be thinking long-term here with how strong this team is. And it is a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers every week. Now, it's a 10-team format, so options on the waiver wire will be very strong. But at the same time, since you can't start 4 receivers weekly, it's not like we can say that wide receiver depth doesn't matter. Now, starting off at quarterback, Kyler, definitely a top 10 QB in fantasy, right? So it's not like we're in a situation in which we can say, oh, yeah, let's go trade for a quarterback. No, if you have Kyler Murray, we are going to be perfectly fine. I actually have Kyler Murray as the top 3 quarterback this week, specifically because I do think that this is a phenomenal matchup going up against the Commanders. Going over to running back, we are sitting with the best running back room in this league. We have Barkley as our RB1, the most valuable asset in fantasy football. We have James Cook as, our RB2. I would be fine with James Cook as my RB1 with how good James Cook has looked. 4 touchdowns over the past 2 weeks. We have Zach Moss as RB3. Love to see it. I have Zach Moss ranked as an RB2. We picked up Jonathan Brooks off the waiver wire. Freaking love to see it. We have Braylon Allen. I'm assuming we have Pacheco down there on the IR. So this is a ridiculous RB room. Ridiculous. Going over to receiver. We currently are sitting with A.J. Brown, Malik Neighbors. So 2 top 10 options. We have 2 wide receiver ones. We have Drake London, Mike Evans. I mean, this is a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So it does make a ton of sense to have this wide receiver depth. And we have the long-term upside of Brian Thomas. We even have Keenan Allen as a quality depth piece. We have an elite tight end with Brock Bowers. So reasonably, with how strong this team is, what could I tell you to do? Reasonably, what move could possibly make sense for this team? Pretty much every single position, we are probably the strongest. We're close to being the strongest team in the league with. Obviously, if you find yourself in a spot where we are able to go and get some of those quote unquote untouchable assets. If you find yourself in a position in which we can trade James Cook and Drake London, or James Cook and Mike Evans, to go get Breece Hall, to go get Bijan Robinson, we do it in a heartbeat. Especially knowing how good your team is at the bottom end. If you, assuming Pacheco's on the IR, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to make a waiver wire move, the guy that we would have to cut is either Keenan Allen or Braylon Allen. Like, we're not wanting to cut either one of those players, of course. So I think a 2-for-1 deal would be great. The only trades that should really interest this team is those 2-for-1 deals where we can get back a legitimate elite top 6 asset. Another thing that you could look at is if you could potentially sell, say like Brian Thomas and Kyler Murray to go get Josh Allen, to go get Jalen Hurts. That could make sense in a league where we have all this depth. I actually just wouldn't do that this week. I'd probably wait until next week because Kyler this week is just absolutely going to crush Washington. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Really hope that you were able to get something from this. And in reality, when we're just this much better than the rest of the league, there's not much that I can say, to be honest. Now, going over to another free team review from one of those Underdog promos. It's another situation where we are the best team in the league from Bronx Believers. It says, hey, my league does 0.1 points per completion and -1 for interception, 6-point passing touchdown format, -3 for interception. Okay, so I believe +1 for completion, -1 for incompletion. I drafted CMC number 3 overall. Well, how the hell do we have the best team in the league here then? Any thoughts? Not feeling Anthony Richardson. How with the? Oh no, Anthony Richardson's garbage in this league. If this is a point per completion format where Anthony Richardson in some weeks has 9 completions, Richardson isn't even. I would cut him. You're not going to be able to trade him for anything. There'll be quarterbacks that are off the waiver wire that are better than Anthony Richardson in this format. In this format, we're not chasing the quarterbacks that are going to have rushing upside. And instead, what we are chasing is we are chasing the quarterbacks that will have passing volume. So pulling this up, dear God, we are rostering a ridiculous amount of QBs. But it looks like everybody is as well. So right now, this league's pulling it in as if it's a 1 quarterback format. I'm actually maybe going to assume that this is a super flex league. But almost regardless, I think the advice would be very similar either way. Your quarterback's in a regular 4-point passing touchdown format where we are just chasing rushing upside, rushing upside, rushing upside. I would really like with Jaden Daniels and Anthony Richardson. However, if we are looking at Jaden Daniels in this format, he is not nearly as appealing. Specifically because in this format, what we are doing is we are chasing the high volume passers. It's a point per completion league. Jaden Daniels has yet to crack 30 pass attempts. His completion percentage is freaking sky high at 80% so far this season. He looks like he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And with all that being said, if we could get a king's ransom for him, I would look to do that. I mean, this is that point per completion format where if you could move off of Jaden Daniels and instead get to a quarterback that should be just near the top of the league in total passing volume, like going through and looking at, say, Joe Burrow, for instance. Joe Burrow this past week, 29 completions. Every week this season, over 20 completions. He's averaging about 34 pass attempts. In your regular fantasy football format, I would never say to trade Jaden Daniels for Joe Burrow. But in a point per completion league, I think that it would be something that's very interesting, especially if your league mates go, oh, okay, yeah, obviously Jaden Daniels is one of the best quarterbacks in the league right now. Let's go through and let's easily make that. No. Take advantage of the league format. We don't care about the rushers. I think having Goff here is actually a no-brainer. And with Anthony Richardson, if this is a super flex league and you're able to sell him for Kirk Cousins, we go ahead and we do it. If we can pivot to those quarterbacks that are at the top of the NFL in total passing attempts, let's go ahead and let's look those guys up right now. So the top of the NFL in total attempts this season. Obviously, Dak plays an extra game here. But I think Dak Prescott would be another great example of somebody that in a regular fantasy football league I don't care much about. But if you could sell Anthony Richardson and get back Dak Prescott in this league, I'd be willing to add to Anthony Richardson, assuming it's a super flex format. 1 quarterback format doesn't really matter because we're starting that QB1 over him anyway. But going over to running back, we have 2 top 5 RBs. We have Gibbs. We have Achane. Guys we can start every week. It doesn't even matter that McCaffrey's, I mean, obviously it matters, but it's not the end of the world that McCaffrey is injured here and that we can go ahead and we can just look to roster him for the long-term upside. Going over to wide receiver, we have a wide receiver 1 with Rashee Rice, solid wide receiver 2 with DK Metcalf. The wide receiver depth behind this is a little bit shaky with Ladd McConkey as our 3rd option. Shakir, Jordan Addison. We don't have like a super strong wide receiver 3, but we have a bunch of guys with upside here. Going over to tight end, we are sitting with Dalton Kincaid, TJ Hawkinson, Isaiah Likely. Obviously, if you had the ability to pivot off of Likely in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade elsewhere at running back, I think that would be very appealing. But the issue is, based off the performance you had this past week, that's probably just not going to be possible for you. So ultimately, I think that obviously, I mean, this is a phenomenal team. You look at the league analyzer, we're off the chart here. We are the best team in this league. But specifically with this being a point per completion, -1 per incompletion, what we want to be doing is we want to be pivoting from the rushing quarterbacks to the QBs that can potentially lead the NFL in total passing attempts. Somebody like Dak Prescott, like I said, is the perfect target in this kind of league in particular. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over to our next team. This is FF Day Trader coming out from Eric Fisher. Says, I drafted Bijan and Harrison rounds 1 and 2, and I've made a bunch of consolidating moves to eventually land Barkley. It's a 2-player keeper league, so I'm thinking about dealing Harrison for a couple wide receiver 2s and keeping the stud running backs. Thoughts in any strategy? So I play in a lot of Dynasty. Obviously, I've played in keeper over the years as well. And a mistake that I made way back when I first started playing in keeper leagues, and a mistake that I think a lot of people in keeper leagues make as well, is they try to treat it a little bit too much like a Dynasty league, where they spend a little bit too much time thinking about the long-term outlook that you're going to have with some of these names. Whereas the reality, what's way more important is just this season, this season, this season. And a 2-player keeper format, I don't really care about mapping out who our 2 keepers are going to be. Whether it's Bijan Harrison, Bijan Barkley, Harrison Barkley. In a 2-player keeper league, everybody in the league will always have a player that they are wanting to keep. So I honestly think it's a mistake to go through and try to make trades based off of potential keepers. And instead, I think it's a much better spot to just go ahead and think about what you're doing here specifically with this as a redraft format. Now, it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, the depth here isn't going to matter a ton. We are sitting at the very top in terms of the league analyzer. We're sitting here at number 2. And going through and looking at this, right now, quarterback, we have Burrow. I think, honestly, we're starting Burrow over Fields every single week. I actually wouldn't mind if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to cut Justin Fields and just roll with Joe Burrow going into the future, now that you do have T. Higgins fully back into this offense, and it looks like this offense is starting to hit their stride. Definitely not something you have to do if you still view the rushing upside to be there for Fields. Justin Fields just definitely has not been running the ball nearly as much this season as what we saw in Pittsburgh. And it does appear that, honestly, this coaching staff in Pittsburgh is probably telling him, hey, man, we're going to win games with our defense. Just be smart. Don't turn the ball over. You don't need to play hero ball. And it's working, obviously. Going over to running back, we have the 2 anchors at the very top, which we absolutely love to see with Barkley and Bijan. The depth is definitely a little bit questionable. I actually think that you should probably find a better running back off the waiver wire than Kenneth Gainwell. I think going and getting somebody like Emmanuel Wilson would make a lot more sense. Because the thing with Gainwell is, I understand we probably have him because we have Barkley here. But if Saquon Barkley were to go down, would you start Kenneth Gainwell? My assumption would probably be no, right? If Barkley were to go down, I think that this team probably does not run the ball nearly as much. I think that they probably turn this into a running back by committee. And I think there's probably not a running back of significance here for the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, obviously, maybe that sounds very aggressive, but we just go back to think of what there was last season, where you think last season, go, okay, well, who was here? DeAndre Swift was here, and was he viable? Not in the slightest. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we had the wide receiver 1 with Harrison. We have Waddle, Keenan, Addison as well. So like we said, the wide receiver depth doesn't matter a bit. But honestly, even with this only being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would not feel comfortable selling Marvin Harrison Jr. here for a couple of running back 2s. I think you have the anchors up there at the very top at RB. I think you have an elite alpha wide receiver as well with Harrison. Now, if Harrison comes out and he turns out to be the wide receiver 1 this week in a really good matchup against the Commanders in a game with no Trey McBride, honestly, then yeah, I think you can go ahead and you can look to sell him for a king's ransom, but we're definitely not just selling him for a couple depth running backs. I definitely think you need to pivot over and get somebody like Deebo Samuel, and on top of it, a running back that you'd be really excited about as well. In terms of the wide receiver depth pieces with Waddle, Keenan, Addison, I think they're fine. We probably have another starter or 2 here that we can go with. Obviously, projecting out who that's going to be every single week will be very difficult, but hopefully we get more information about that relatively soon. Going over to what we have at tight end. Tight end's kind of garbage in this league. I definitely would prefer having a strong tight end option. Since this is a league where you insert 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, tight end's going to make up a decent percentage of your starting lineup output every week. However, with that being said, it's not like you're in a spot where we have a ton of additional assets where it's very easy to go out and make trades. It's very easy to go through and say, oh, okay, yeah, this is a player that doesn't deserve a spot on this roster. Let's sell Addison and go get a tight end. We need the wide receiver depth. Nobody's going to pay for that either. So honestly, I really like the team with how you have it structured currently. My main thing would just be, instead of making trades, I think you've already put yourself in a great spot consolidating pieces at the very top of this roster where you don't really care about the depth in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. I would just go ahead and work the waiver wire over the next few weeks on the bottom end of the team and hope that we can backfill the depth that we lost that way. But obviously, it's a great team. It's a team that's out at the very top of the league analyzer. And that's why I feel comfortable not necessarily having to make too many moves here. But definitely appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here in some way. Now, moving over to Adil. Says, should I keep the team the way it is or go for any other recommendation? So looking at this, we are trading Kyron for Breece Hall, Evans for Chris Olave. Kyron to Breece is a massive upgrade. Mike Evans to Olave, honestly, same tier / upgrade in my mind. I think that this is very easily Breece Hall and Chris Olave. I think this is the perfect move for any team. And 100%, I think you're upgrading both running back and wide receiver. Okay. So let's move this over to our next team. And I do want to remind y'all, if we hit 600 likes in the stream, we are going to be getting another batch of free questions answered in the chat. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream. We'll get some free chat questions answered. But Cam coming out with Vic's Cheese Balls. This is a free team submission through Underdog. Says, I'm sitting at 1 and 2. Thoughts on what to do. Trades, waiver wire pickups, etc. Thanks, bro. I'm a huge fan. Thank you so much for being a member of the vlog. Going to be excited to check this out. And real quick, this does look like this is a team on Sleeper. So with this team being on Sleeper, what you could actually do is you can link this with the site, my guy. So I would definitely go ahead, and if I were you, I would link it with the site. That way you can take advantage of some of the really cool tools that you have there. If you're having any issues linking your team with the site, just go ahead and send them in the site issues section of the Discord. I'm sure one of the devs will be very happy to help you out. But anyway, when it comes to the league settings in this, it's a league where we can start 4 wide receivers every week. We have 2 wide receiver slots and 2 flex spots. So definitely a position in which wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more. And it's not all about just going through and building out running back depth. Jaden Daniels looks like a QB1 rest of season. Really comfortable spot to have. I'm looking at Achane. Let's actually double check. Are we rostering a QB down here on the bench? We have Jared Goff. Definitely don't think you have to roster a second QB if we have Jaden Daniels as our QB1. I'm not going to fault you for it with Goff, though, because, of course, with the supporting cast, with the offensive line, you could potentially see a pop, and then you could look to trade him high later on. But obviously, you're not going to be able to get much for him through trade right now. Going over to running back, we had Achane as a sell-high candidate last week because we are very much worried about this Miami Dolphins offense with no Tua. But, last week we were saying to sell for Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamar Chase, pivoting over to get one of the elite receivers. from what I've seen so far this year, this week, it looks like there's no way that you come close to getting anything like that. So honestly, I think you're now in a position in which it actually does make a lot more sense to hold on to Devon Achane and still view him as a running back one and just hope that we get Tua back relatively soon. Because if we are able to get Tua back soon, then at that point, I mean, Achane is just a very comfortable play. Going over to what we have down here with the bench. We are currently sitting with very limited running back depth. We're really waiting until we get CMC back off the IR here. But yeah, I mean, having to go through and play this week, I mean, Carson Steele, not the most exciting spot. I will say if Joe Mixon's out and Kareem Hunt does play, I actually personally would probably put Cam Akers in over Carson Steele. At least that's what I would be doing myself just for this week. But clearly a team that needs some help at running back too if we can get it. But typically we're not wanting to make that trade at RB2 in a league where we have multiple flex spots. And yeah, we have London, Reed, Higgins, Kirk at wide receiver. Going down to the bench, we have Devonta Smith here normally. So wide receiver, we're in a really good situation, a situation that I think is going to continue to get better as the season goes on. We have the elite tight end as well with Dalton Kincaid. Going down to the bench, we have Isaiah Likely. So my thing is, just particularly in a league where you lost McCaffrey, and it's a double flex format, I don't know if we can afford to roster both the backup quarterback and the backup tight ends when we have elite QBs and elite quarterbacks like Jaden Daniels, an elite QB and an elite tight end like Daniels and Dalton Kincaid. So honestly, what I would potentially be looking to do here is if you had the ability to say, go ahead and sell Goff in a 2-for-1 deal to get any upgrade anywhere with your lineup, we go ahead and we do that. If you have the ability to sell Likely and a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade literally anywhere in your lineup, we go ahead and we do that. Not necessarily because we're expecting that we're going to get a ton of value added on top of those players, but more so because we are focused in on trying to open up the roster spots specifically so we can pick up an extra high upside running back and a high upside wide receiver, because I do think that we need to go ahead and we need to take advantage of the quantity of the bench spots that we have to overcome the injury that we have with CMC. But let's go ahead and let's check out the next team. This is another free team review here from Met Clappers, taking advantage of the Underdog promo. Really appreciate you, my guy. Like I said, definitely recommend if anybody wants a team review, taking advantage of that Underdog promo that you have. Or if you go through the link in the description, the comment section, or the live chats, and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy. Here, this is Underdog, and make at least a $10 deposit. You actually get a free team review voucher for us to review your team in one of these live streams. Plus, not only will you get that free team review voucher, but at the same time, you'll be getting the free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard for this Sunday. And at the same time, you will get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for Sunday as well. Just make sure if you are wanting that free team review through flockfantasy.com, you go ahead and you set up an account on the site with the same email address that you have on Underdog. But Met Clappers coming out with that free team review from Underdog. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. I'm very sorry that right now with the site, we don't link with NFL Fantasy, that we only do Sleeper, Yahoo, and ESPN. But I'm definitely hoping that we can get NFL Fantasy in the future. But here, Met Clappers has started off 1-2, but I got screwed by a 4.2 week from Amon-Ra. Anything I should change or no? Preseason, I traded Jefferson, Montgomery, and Jones for Amon-Ra, Rashad White, James Cook. Well, that looks great right now. And then I did Komet and Algier for Brian Robinson. That looks great as well. So let's go ahead and let's look at this. So I'm going to assume that we are the team on the left side of this matchup. Let's see, is that the entire? Yes, these are all the screenshots that we have. So looking at the starting lineup requirements, we start one quarterback, two running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a single flex spot. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bench slots here. So ultimately, this is a team in which depth doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is trying to make 2-for-1 deals, get the best player in every single deal, where you should have solid options on the waiver wire with a relatively short bench. And at the same time, if we are looking at what you have with only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spots in your starting lineup, you should have some pretty solid players on your bench every single week as well. But starting off at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, when you have Mahomes, we don't need another quarterback here. We're starting him every single week. You're hoping that with the Pacheco injury, we end up seeing a little more target volume in Kansas City, which actually did look like it's going to play out, at least based off this past week. Mahomes was at the top of, he did have a season high in total targets. Beyond this, with Mahomes, we have Fields down on the bench. I actually probably would go ahead and I probably would cut Justin Fields here and just pick up another running back off the waiver wire that you think's an injury away from potentially making a big difference. Going over to running back, we are sitting with James Cook as well as Jordan Mason. So 2 RB1s, 2 guys that we can comfortably play every single week. Going down to what we have with the bench, we have Roshan, Brian Robinson clearly, and Rachaad White. So we have a ton of running back depth. So honestly, I can already tell you right now, the thing that I'm going to be looking to do with this team is, especially after this week, I would expect that Brian Robinson comes out and just absolutely crushes with no Austin Eckler here. And if you would be able to potentially go ahead and see if you can sell Brian Robinson and a 2-for-1 deal elsewhere in the lineup to get that potential upgrade, I think that's going to be the main thing that we are looking at. Because going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with DK Metcalf, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk. So, we're loaded at wide receiver as well. Obviously, we had the Devontae Adams injury down there on the bench. But I think the main thing that I would look to do is if we could potentially take like Brian Robinson and DK Metcalf and pivot over to a wide receiver 1 in the long term here, pivot over to a wide receiver like A.J. Brown, I think that would be very exciting, just given the fact that we don't really need the running back depth when we have so many of these quality running backs on our bench. I think we're going to be just fine regardless. Trying to think if there's anything else that we could possibly do with this team, my guy, but ultimately the main thing that we are trying to do is that 2-for-1 trade, selling the running back depth, going and getting an upgrade to an elite level player for the flex, because I'm sure that there's another team in your league that's dealing with the running back injuries a little bit worse than we are, where we are pretty much just crushing right now. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And yeah, again, thank you so much for everything, and I really hope we get to see you out in a live stream another time sometime soon. But I believe we're going to go to our 3rd free team submission through Underdog. Thank you for taking advantage of the Underdog promo. Excited to check out the squad. And I do want to reiterate, definitely, guys, if y'all are wanting that team review, definitely recommend going through and taking advantage of the free promo through Underdog. But this is a 10-team league where you can start 4 wide receivers every single week. So what's going on, Mason? Looking to improve the team. Currently 0-3 and been in a tough situation. Well, yeah, we are 0-3. And at the same time, we're sitting here, I don't want to say at the bottom of the league analyzer, but definitely not at the top. We are currently the 7th team. It's definitely a hell of a lot better than this team at the bottom here that had the Puka injury, had the McCaffrey injury. This team is just had the Kelsey, Laporta face plants. That team has just face planted, but let's check out our squad here. Nick says, appreciate the review, my man. No, thank you so much for being a member of the vlog. I hope that we were able to help you out. Thank you, my guy. But anyway, looking at this team, currently at quarterback, we are sitting with Kyler. Obviously, Kyler is averaging over 50 rushing yards per game. Looks phenomenal. Really no hesitation here with Kyler Murray whatsoever. Going over to what we have at running back, on the other hand. Here, running back, it has been a little bit tougher once you have the injury to Joe Mixon. Obviously, the backfilling options aren't as exciting here, where we have Rachaad White, Zach Moss, Jonathan Brooks. The short term, definitely a tough running back room where you have the Mixon injury. Mixon was at practice today, so that is some positive news. But not only do you have the Mixon injury, but at the same time, you are dealing with the injury to Jonathan Brooks, the injury to Raheem Mostert. So the running back depth has definitely taken a hit overall. Rachaad White looks a whole lot less appealing than he was previously. But we do have a ton of startable players, especially once we end up getting Joe Mixon back in. Like Joe Mixon, Rachaad White, Zach Moss, Jonathan Brooks, all will be startable running backs. It's just we don't have a running back one in this league. Now, because it's a little bit of a deeper format, it is a start 8 league. The depth does matter here a bit more. But with that being said, if we could potentially go through and make a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade by selling your running back depth piece inside this starting lineup, I think that would be very interesting. The issue is, I actually think that Zach Moss is a great buy low candidate. I think that Jonathan Brooks is a great buy low candidate. So if you were to go through and if you were to try to potentially sell one of these running backs, I think really the only guy that makes sense selling here is if you can get a league mate that's excited about Rachaad White. And if you could potentially sell Rachaad White and Rome Odunze to go get, say, a top end wide receiver, like go get A.J. Brown, go get Garrett Wilson, go get that low end wide receiver 1, high end wide receiver 2, specifically in a league where you can start 4 wide receivers every single week. I think that would be very interesting, but the issue is we can't make that move right now because we may not have Mixon this week. We definitely don't have Brooks this week. But honestly, after week 4, going into week 5, especially if Rachaad White has a strong performance with Bucky Irving banged up, I think that the White and Rome pivot to a top end receiver would be great because I'm a little bit concerned about Rome taking a step backwards going into the future. Obviously, top end running back in terms of the talent profile, super exciting on that front. But at the same time, I mean, this is a player that will have to deal with Keenan Allen. Not only is he going to have to deal with Keenan Allen, but we probably don't expect there to be 50 passing attempts a game over in Chicago going into the future. Tight end, we have the elite tight end with Dalton Kincaid. So honestly, I think it's a strong team. I think it's actually a better team the league analyzed just putting it as. I think we just have a couple injured players. And what I'd probably look to do is if we had the ability to take one of those depth running backs like Moss with one of our depth receivers, go get an upgrade at wide receiver, bring in another running back off the waiver wire, I think that would be very interesting. And then obviously with your waiver wire moves this next week, Cam Akers is going to be the first guy that we look to cut when Joe Mixon is back and fully healthy. But yeah, thank you again for everything, my guy. Really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And I do want to remind everybody in this live stream, if we hit 600 likes on this stream, we are going to be getting some free questions answered in the live chat. So go down there and hit that like button. This is coming out from Bodie, always out in the live chat, says, help with the flex. Deontay looks good, but Montgomery's been great and McBride's out. I don't know who to drop for a tight end or leave it as is. You for sure need to go through and you for sure need to pick up a tight end. You can't be taking a 0. Obviously, this is a great team here at the very bottom. If I had to drop somebody between Braylon Allen, David Montgomery, Deontay Worthy, Zach Charbonnet, Trey McBride, it absolutely sucks because he looks so damn good. Obviously, plan A in this instance is we want to go through and if we get the ability, we want to trade, say, Braylon Allen or Zach Charbonnet in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, potentially an upgrade at the flex spot. But if you had to cut somebody for a tight end, it would be Braylon Allen. You can't, I don't think you can cut Charbonnet right now. And then for the flex, we will go ahead and we will take David Montgomery. I mean, obviously with Deontay Johnson, Deontay has absolutely, I mean, last week he absolutely crushed, and I think he's going to crush this week as well, especially with no Adam Thielen and a good matchup where we actually had Jaden Daniels just light up this Bengals secondary. But at the same time, with Montgomery, as you mentioned, he's scored a touchdown every single game. It's the best offensive line in the NFL. He has the very safe touches as well. Okay. Now let's move this team review over to Adrian. This is another one of those free team reviews through Underdog. I'm very sorry. We're actually going to have to circle back to this, my friend. For whatever reason, this isn't loading right now. Like every 10 reviews this happens with, and we have to go through and we have to, whenever we go back, then it loads. But anyway, Aaron, this is a start set, says, need help with the second flex. I'm thinking Wilson over Ladd, but my gut says Keon. So looking at the second flex spot, I think we actually go Michael Wilson. Now that you officially have no Trey McBride in this offense, and it's a great matchup going up against the Commanders, I think you have a really safe target share here with Wilson. He's going to be running a ton of routes. I mean, he ran the second most routes last week. He had 9 targets last week. It's about the best matchup you could possibly ask for. And Joe Mixon did practice today. So there's a chance that we have to move off of Cam Akers. And if that is going to be the case, then I think we go ahead and we take Keon Coleman, especially with Justin Herbert banged up with Ladd McConkey. And it's a tough matchup for Ladd. Now, Long John, this is a massive trade. I will say typically I do not like making 4-for-4 deals. And we did not have the team link. So just to let you know, in the future, if you actually link your team and submit a trade like this, I can actually see both of the teams over here, and I can be coming up with counters for you. Obviously, you don't have to, but if it is possible for you, if you play on ESPN, Yahoo, or Sleeper, I would just link the team. You're saying my running backs would be Gibbs, Connor, Swift. Receivers would be Jefferson, Hill, Kupp when healthy. So looking at this, Taylor to Gibbs, full PBR format. I probably go Gibbs. The experts on the site like Taylor. But really, Taylor, Gibbs, your personal preference. Diggs, Tyreek, give me Tyreek. Eckler, Swift, who cares? Give me Swift. Johnston, Benson, who cares? Probably give me Benson. I think I go ahead. I think I take the Jahmyr Gibbs side easily. Obviously, if it's not a point, if it's not a PBR format, then at that point, Jonathan Taylor does look a little more exciting here. But in a full PPR league, I think that this is a spot in which you can just go ahead and you can take the receiving work of Gibbs. Now, let's go ahead and let's get this team review going for J-Dodge. This is another one of those free team reviews through Underdog. Like I said, definitely recommend taking advantage of the Underdog promo if you want a team review. It says, love the content. Sorry about the name, brother. No worries. I have Brooks on the IR, so I'm hoping he'll be a solid RB2. Should I make any moves or bank on Brooks to be solid? And should we try to trade Rome in a 1-for-1 for a decent running back? So first off, this is a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So it's definitely a situation in which the wide receiver depth matters. So it's going to be a little dependent on if we trade Rome. And pulling up this wide receiver room, I don't think you trade Rome straight up for a running back. I'm just letting you, actually, never mind. We have a great wide receiver room. But anyway, we'll get there later. Right now, first off, the very easy thing to say is when we have Josh Allen and Dalton Kincaid, we have an elite QB, an elite tight end, start him every single week, regardless of matchup. Really no hesitation here whatsoever, of course. And if you were wanting to roster a backup, I would slap you upside the head and go, my guy, we got to focus on our running back. We need some running back depth. We have Gibbs, so we have the anchor, and this is going to give us some flexibility. So you're kind of in a similar situation to what I'm in that I really need, and it sounds bad to say, obviously you're not hoping for a player's injury, but I need Joe Mixon to miss this week, specifically so I could go through and I could play Cam Akers. Because if you're in a situation in which you get Cam Akers as a viable option this week, you're actually going to be in a really good spot going into the future. because we'll have Brooks coming back in as our RB2. We have Bucky Irving, Roschon Johnson for the upside plays later on. And this is a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So even if Jonathan Brooks isn't a phenomenal back, even if Jonathan Brooks isn't absolutely crushing here, you're still in a spot that, I mean, wide receiver, we have Chase. We have Malik Neighbors. We have 2 elite wide receiver ones. Not only do we have 2 elite wide receiver ones, we have Olave as our wide receiver 3, who I have ranked as wide receiver 2 rest of season. We have Diggs as our wide receiver 4. Right? We're able to put every single one of those guys in. And when we have this kind of depth, especially when you're about to have to take Jonathan Brooks off the IR, if you were going to be making a trade here, honestly, what I would probably prefer doing is I would probably actually prefer making a 2-for-1 deal with Rome Odunze, where if you could sell Rome and say Bucky Irving, or Rome and Roschon Johnson, to pivot over to a running back in the range of Kenneth Walker, then yes, we go ahead and we do that. But I think you are in a really good situation with this team. And I think the last thing you need to be doing is panicking and thinking that we need to go through and we need to make an adjustment right this second. Like we said, tight end, we're elite. I'm looking at the wide receivers at the very bottom end. I don't want to sit here and act like we're super excited about Jacoby Myers or Michael Wilson in the long term. But in terms of what we have in the short term, with Jacoby Myers and Michael Wilson, you have Trey McBride banged up. You have no Devontae Adams. There's a spot that one of these guys, there's a chance that one of these guys pops and we can look to sell them for a running back straight up. So I don't think you cut either of the receivers. I think that they're great guys to have down there on the bench. If they have a blow-up game, we go ahead and we sell one of them for a running back. I don't mind the idea of selling Rome here. I just don't necessarily think you have to. Obviously, if it looks like Mixon's trending towards playing and then all of a sudden we're having to play Bucky Irving as RB2 or Roschon Johnson as RB2, then at that point, I probably pivot. And at that point, I probably panic and sell Rome for a running back if you need a win right now. But you have a great roster construction, great players at the top. Looking at the league analyzer, we are by far and away the best. I mean, we are tied with this other team as juggernaut teams in this league. We have double the value of the teams here at the bottom. Like this team is Baker is their QB1, Najee is their RB1, Evans their wide receiver 1, Goddard is their tight end 1. Like we're just out here crushing. And yeah, I do not think you have to be panicking at all or making any move, to be honest. Now, Cooper is coming out with a trade question. Says, team is HN reaction. I'm 3-0, likely 4-0. Send Pitts for Godwin and pick up Frymuth. Yes. Kyle Pitts is only averaging 4 targets a game. Like, the difference between Pitts and the other tight ends that everybody's panicking about is Kyle Pitts had a touchdown week 1. But the volume's still not great there. I think you easily go get Godwin. Now, Starvin Marvin coming out with the start sit question. Says, Adams is out for week 4. Need help on who to start at that wide receiver 2 slot. Oh, I think we go with Worthy and hope for the big play. You have the elite quarterback play. I know that the snaps were down a little bit this past week, but you still have no Hollywood Brown. So really your only target competition is Rashee Rice here, which obviously is very serious target competition, but still. I think I would feel comfortable going ahead and telling you to go with Worthy. Brandon says, how do I get a trade review? Yeah, you can ask whatever questions you want over here on the site. Just flockfantasy.com, this little comment button, hit expert advice, and you can ask a team review, trade review. Here's like a trade league, right? Say, oh, okay. You don't even have to fill out any of the league settings if you don't want to, but say, oh, okay, Mason, I'm playing in a redraft league. It's half PPR. It's 10-team format, 1 QB, 2 running backs, 3 receivers. 1 tight end, 5 bench spots. I'm sorry, we have 1 flex spot, 10 bench spots. And go ahead and say, I want Tyreek. I want Puka Nacua on this side. I'm going to be trading them for Bijan and Deontay Johnson. Hit next question. You can go ahead and we'll load all the creators that we have on the site. You can choose yours truly. There'll be a beautiful picture of me there, and go ahead and get a team review there. Okay. I made a trade question review. And obviously, if you wanted a team review, I will reiterate, definitely the cheapest way to do it is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you wanted a full-blown roster review, I would go over to Underdog Fantasy, where you can find that link in the live chat in the description. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will get an additional Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard, a Lamar Jackson free pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you should be receiving a free team review voucher on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I know what account to credit with the free team review. Okay. Now, Starvin Marvin, I'm sorry that we sent you around the loop here. But yes, please go Worthy. You have the big play upside. I know Dobbs may be a little more appealing with Love coming back in. I know Legette's in a better offense here now that you have Andy Dalton, but the offense isn't as good as what you have in KC. I think Worthy's the best player there as well. And then going down for the flex, 100% we keep Zach Moss here. I think Zach Moss is actually going to set up to crush this week again. Okay. Now, Ben's Mafia coming out with a trade question. Long time member of the flock, where we're giving up 5 guys for 1. This is an absolute no-brainer. No-brainer. We're trading Cole Kmet, Juwan Jennings, 2 players who just got off the waiver wire. Shakir, Charbonnet, Justin Fields. And you know what I need to actually do real quick? Thank you for sending this in, because this shows me, hell, now that these players are actually back and healthy in San Fran, we need to lower Juwan Jennings down these rankings dramatically. I think Juwan Jennings falls in the range of like Yoshivash, Darnell Mooney, Quentin Johnston, Gabe Davis, Romeo Doubs, Josh Downs. I think we can actually move Romeo Doubs up here as well over Jennings. But yeah, we have to move Jennings down dramatically. Like, Jennings is almost a 0 now that these guys are back and healthy in San Francisco. Kmet's almost a 0 here. Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker comes back in. Fields is almost a 0. He's a streaming quarterback. We are trading essentially the 5 worst players on our team, and we are getting back Bijan Robinson. We make this move. We go hit up the waiver wire. That we are trading 5 nickels for $1. Makes so much sense. You can just go pick up some more nickels off the street. Now, Side Seth coming out with a free team review through Underdog. Excited to check this out for you, my guy. Thank you for being a member of the flock. Says, this is a 12-team dynasty league. I went with 0 RBs. Curious about what changes / moves you'd look to make with the squad. As somebody looking to contend this year and years to come with a young receiving core, 3 teams have already folded, and I'm sure 2 more will in the coming weeks. So this is one thing that I think that people don't really understand in Dynasty. People typically think in Dynasty, oh, okay, well, as we get into the season, it's going to be very hard to buy production. Everybody's going to be trying to win. Whereas that's not really the case. Typically, what we actually see is, instead, you actually see teams that thought that they were going to contend all of a sudden collapse. And we can step in and we can buy veteran assets on the cheap. So we are Allen in the end zone. We have the most dynasty value of any team in this league. This is a 1 quarterback dynasty league, start 9 format. So it's a very standard 1 QB dynasty league. Wide receiver depth definitely matters a lot more in dynasty, just for anybody that is looking at this. Going over to what we have with quarterback, we have Allen, definition of a cornerstone asset in dynasty, a QB that we're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup this year, and he can help us out in the long term as well. Beautiful. Love to see it. QB2 doesn't matter. Obviously, we need one. Ours is Deshaun Watson. Not great, but not something that I will be worrying about too much at all here. Okay. Now going over to what we have at running back. We have Jordan Mason for the short term. We have Kenneth Walker coming back in as well, which should dramatically help this. We have Tajee Spears, Jalen Warren as premium handcuff backs, where if the guy were to go down in front of him, then all of a sudden they crush and desperation plays if we really needed them to be. And then we have a bunch of running backs that don't matter. Going over to wide receiver, we have some cornerstone pieces in Jefferson, Nico Collins, players that we can build around for this season and the long term. Keon Coleman, will throw him in that bucket, obviously to a lesser degree. DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman, Deontay Johnson. Looking at this grouping of wide receivers here, in a regular redraft format, I would be kind of whatever. But in Dynasty, it is everything to have 6 startable wide receivers. We have 6 receivers we can look at every single week. This is going to help us so much through the buys. We go over to George Kittle. We have that tight end that we are able to contend with right this second. So honestly, really the only thing holding back this team from contending this season is going through and potentially grabbing that top end running back. Now, with that being said, it is a tough dance in Dynasty if you are wanting to trade for an RB. Because if you're wanting to trade for a running back here, we are having to deal with the situation that you are trading for an asset that will, yes, help us win right now, but at the cost of us potentially losing value in the long term. Now, obviously, on a contending team, that's a completely fine move to make. On a team that's rebuilding and a team that wants to think more long term, it's not nearly as exciting. But to go through and look at some of these teams that are maybe throwing in the towel. Looking at the Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze team, they have no shot to contend, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, they have no running backs to help us anyway. Looking at this team here, they have Barkley, Kamara, Mixon, Lamar. They have Tyreek, Debo. So this team's going to contend this year, but then they're going to be garbage after that. McConkey Kong, here, this is a team with Flowers, Ladd, Evans, McBride, Brees, Henry. So they'll probably contend this year, be garbage after that. This team is Puka, A.J. Brown at receiver, Diggs, Bowers, HN, Brian Robinson, Aaron Jones. They'll probably contend, be garbage after that. This team lost CMC. This team lost McCaffrey. Dealing with the Dell injury. Herbert's, their quarterback room's nothing. This is a team in which we could potentially go out and acquire McCaffrey at a massive discount to help us contend this season. And obviously we have the Jordan Mason viability right now as well. So it's not a situation in which we need to be super concerned about, okay, well, we have nobody to play right this second. No, you can play Jordan Mason right this second. We can get CMC in the long term. So I think going through and seeing if we have, obviously, if we sent that team a first-round pick for McCaffrey, I'm assuming that they would accept immediately. Now, with that being said, do we want to sell them a first-round pick for McCaffrey? Probably not. I'd rather not do that. If instead we could go back to our squad and look at some of these deeper names that are sitting with more long-term value, we just don't really have many, to be honest. So I think the play is we probably need to be selling a rookie pick here. And if you could potentially sell, say, a first rounder to get back McCaffrey in a second, I think that that could be very appealing. But honestly, you are such a strong team that I'm fine pushing in to win right now. We have so many 2025 firsts that I think you can afford to make the move. I think you can afford to make it. Okay. But let's move this over and go to the next team here. Really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. And I do remind everybody in the live chat, if we hit 600 likes on this stream, we are going to be getting a another batch of those free questions answered in the live chat. So go down there, hit that like button if you haven't already. Now, this next team review is coming out from School for Gifted Kids. It says, hey, Mason, I recently traded Mahomes, London, and Ramondre for Amon-Ra St. Brown, DeAndre Swift, and a third. Not sure it was the best, but I'm now happy with my wide receiver, tight end, quarterback sections, especially since we only have one player over 25. But I feel like my running back is severely lacking. Do you have any advice on what we're looking to do? So this is another dynasty league, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually a 14-team dynasty league. At least I'm assuming it is based off what you said with the age and the fact that it's tagged dynasty. Maybe it is instead a keeper. But regardless, using the dynasty values, right now we are the second best team in this league. Going through pulling this up, the amount of players on this roster, yeah, this is a dynasty squad. It's a one quarterback format. Obviously, we are sitting here with Jaden Daniels, Drake May, McCarthy to build around. So Daniels is for sure a quarterback that we are extremely excited for both this season and in the long term, of course. Going over to what we have at running back in the case of Trey Benson, Chase Brown. Yeah, we have nothing at running back. We're starting Chuba Hubbard this week, and we're probably starting Chase Brown alongside him. We're going to get crushed at running back. Typically, I'd say if we don't have the running back production, I wouldn't mind pivoting over and potentially instead looking at what we have with the potential rebuilding approach, especially as we're looking at what we have down here at receiver, where we are sitting with some of these players that we're very excited about for the long term, such as Jefferson, St. Brown, Ladd McConkey, Leggett, Adonai Mitchell. Pretty much our entire bench is rookies. We have Kincaid as a year 2 player. We have Ben Sinnott as another rookie here. We have Benson that will be better in the long term than he is right now. So honestly, what I would look to do for this team, where like you said, you don't have a single player over 25. I think what you could look to do is you could look to potentially pivot for the 2025 season, where if you wanted to sell off any of these assets that you possibly could get any value for that are just going to be productive pieces in the short term, such as say DeAndre Swift, if you could move off of DeAndre Swift and just pick up a second rounder, just start accumulating some of these, sell Chuba Hubbard for a second rounder. Start accumulating some of these assets that are going to continue to increase in value going into 2025, like a lot of the players that are currently on this roster. While at the same time, if we sell off that running back production, we effectively do lock ourselves up an extremely early 2025 first round pick. I think that would be advantageous. Now, my hesitation with it is we have Jefferson, we have St. Brown, obviously not super old, but older wide receivers that are going to be hyper productive right this second. And this is a 14-team format, so they are just going to win us weeks straight up. But if you wanted to try to continue, you have to make a play. You either have to sell the running backs and play for 2025, or you have to go through and you have to start looking to offload maybe somebody like Xavier Leggett to go pick up a running back that's going to help us this season. Maybe we have to trade somebody like Xavier Leggett, go over to a team that has no shot to contend this year, and go sell Leggett for Jordan Mason. Go sell Leggett for Leggett and a second rounder for Jordan Mason and Nick Chubb. And then at that point, all of a sudden, we have an extremely strong team to contend with this year. But at the same time, we're selling off some of that future value. But you have to pick a path because right now, our running back room's garbage. The rest of our team can compete. So it's either we even lean into it and just plan for 2025, or we go through and make that pivot to try to get that upgrade at running back right now. Okay. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move this over to Skrill07, taking advantage of the free Underdog promo. Long time member of the flock's been with us since like 2020. My guy, really appreciate you. Says, hey, Mason, love your work. I'm rooting for you in the Flock League. Thank you. So I just wanted a team review on the Dynasty. What possible moves do you think we should make? I just traded James Cook for McBride. What are your thoughts on the deal? With this being, if this is a tight end premium format, I really do like it. Obviously, McBride, a year 3 tight end, looks like he's going to be a long-term piece. If it's a contending build, I think James Cook maybe is a little more productive this season, but it's not a big deal one way or another. Looking at what we have with the league analyzer, we are currently the second team. Obviously, it's a dynasty team, so you have your juggernauts at the top, and you have some of these garbage teams at the bottom. It is a 1 quarterback start 10 league, and we are only rostering Lamar. I definitely think we can roster a second QB if there's one out there on the waiver wire, and we can go ahead and we can just drop somebody like Jamari Trash, right? Or Jamari Thrash. I forgot how to say his name. Came out, I believe, 2 years ago. But when we have Lamar, definitely a contending quarterback. I definitely think on a rebuilding team, I maybe would want to pivot over to somebody like Jaden Daniels. But on a team that's wanting to contend, I mean, elite level QB play that we can consistently rely upon. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with a couple contending assets. I mean, pretty much all these running backs are just contending assets. We have Alvin Kamara, James Conner, Aaron Jones, all three of whom are going to give us the production in the short term. In the long term, they'll be much worse in terms of their dynasty value. And they would be guys that we'd probably try to be pivoting off of, but that's not as much of a concern for us right now when we're trying to win this year. Going over to wide receiver, we are building around these pieces that we definitely can look to contend with, such as Jefferson Chase, Brandon Ayuk. At the same time, it's not like we're expecting that we are going to see a fall off anytime soon here at wide receiver. We have Deebo Samuel as that quality contending asset as well. So, I mean, if we're looking at this team top to bottom, this team should be the favorite to win this league this year. Now, obviously, long-term running back is going to be a major concern, but at the same time, it is always difficult to go through and project running backs in the long term anyway. Tight end, we have Njoku, Frymuth, Kraft. Oh, people are saying it's the wrong team. It says Dynasteric Skriller. This is Dynasty Puma. Oh, dear God. Okay, I'm sorry, Skrilla. Very, very similar. Why is everybody Dynastia here? Why is everybody Dynastia? But thank God y'all saved me in the live chat. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Okay. But let's move this over. And this is a very different build. I actually love that other team, by the way. Side note, I freaking love that other team. You can tell they're league mate. But anyway, quarterback, if we wanted to contend, we have to make a move. Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, very exciting quarterbacks in the long term. Obviously, two guys that you would project out with a ton of time. The issue is, if you're looking at what we could potentially be expecting for these QBs this season, there's no way you can project either quarterback to be a QB1 in fantasy based off what we've seen so far. In the case of Caleb, it just seems like he's not ready. In the case of Herbert, seems like they just simply don't want to be throwing the ball. So yeah, if we wanted to contend, I actually don't mind at all pivoting off of Caleb Williams, especially in a 1 quarterback format, and instead going and getting a different QB that we're a little more excited about, maybe going and picking up somebody like Jordan Love. Going over to running back, we currently are sitting with Breece Hall. So we have the anchor at the very top. Beyond this, we have Charbonnet, J.K. Dobbins, Bucky Irving, Roschon Johnson. So we have a bunch of just miscellaneous running back depth. I mean, we can start Dobbins. Obviously, running back 2 definitely is not the strength of this team. If we were having an issue with the squad, I think it's probably that we need to be upgrading running back 2 as well. Going over to wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Neighbors, Olave as long-term assets. Maybe not super excited about them. I'm sorry, we're excited about them in the short term and long-term cornerstone pieces. The guys we're not excited about in the short term are players like Jalen McMillan down there on the bench. So very similar to what we have with the running back depth with a lot of these rookie players. Kind of in a situation in which this is probably a better long-term setup than short-term. And going over to tight end, we have McBride, Ingram, Andrews. To be honest with you, with your team, I think you trading away James Cook for Trey McBride, well, I probably prefer Trey McBride in Dynasty. At the same time, I think that even though we got the value, it definitely hurt our ability to contend this season. So, I mean, as we sit here now, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to contend, I think you have to sell some of these miscellaneous long-term pieces. Guys like Jalen McMillan that are maybe exciting a year down the road, especially as we have Mike Evans another year older. Obviously, great prospect profile. A lot of people are very excited of him coming out of school. And just going and getting a short-term running back that we can play over the next month there at RB2. And just consistently making those pivots where we can hopefully sell a future second and go get a spot start at running back. Like sell a future second and go get somebody like Aaron Jones. Pivot off of Caleb and go get Jordan Love. If you were wanting to contend this season, now obviously you don't have to contend this year. If instead you wanted to just sit here and go, okay, well, ultimately this is a team that we have a lot of long-term value. If you wanted to build around the long term, I think some of these top end names like Breece Hall, I'd probably be willing to throw on the trade block. And if you were able to get a massive haul, no pun intended, you were able to trade, say, Breece Hall and get back 2 future first plus a Rome Odunze, I think that'd be phenomenal. Obviously, the first round picks being worth a little bit less in a 1 quarterback format than they would be in a super flex league. But it does seem like this is another team that's kind of awkward in the middle of the road. I think you would probably have to pivot off of the long-term play at quarterback to get somebody that's going to help you in the short term if we wanted to contend right now. And at the same time, possibly pick up an additional running back starter. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. Again, thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock here, my guy. And yes, I'm sorry that we looked at the wrong team here just for a minute, but let's go over and let's answer some of the questions that we have in the chat. So please, if you have any questions in the chat, go and drop them. Really appreciate A-Rod and Teresa being out here. And yeah, Teresa, definitely love the feedback on the streams. And I 100% agree with you. And we're going to do that. But Andrew says, is Myers a play with Devontae Adams out? So I'll show you where I moved Jacoby Myers in my weekly rankings this week. Once we heard of Adams being out, obviously this is like an initial reaction. I would actually really like your opinion on this as well. But I moved Myers to be in flex consideration. We're on rest of season. I apologize. I thought I had Myers ranked way higher than this. Let's go over here. I had Myers at wide receiver 37. I have Myers alongside like Pittman, Shaheed, Worthy, Brian Thomas, Christian Kirk, Tyler Lockett. We're actually going to be dropping Worthy in those rankings as well as we tinker with this. Let's go and do that right this second. I was looking at this. I think I'd rather start the Jacksonville guys over Xavier Worthy this week. Let's drop Worthy. But yeah, so I have Myers ranked as like a low-end wide receiver 3. I'd actually probably put Jacoby Myers ahead of Michael Pittman Jr., to be honest, given the tough matchup that you have with Pittman going up against these Steelers. So I have Myers ranked at wide receiver 35 this week. Definitely not a must-start player, but somebody that you could definitely look to get into your flex spot. Texas says, can I roster one quarterback if it's Jaden Daniels? Yeah, if you play in a 10-team league or a 12-team format, obviously with a standard-sized bench where the bench isn't super deep, I think you could roster one quarterback if that one QB was Daniels. Boston says, is Chris Olave done for the week? So apparently Olave did injure the hamstring today during practice, and that will be for sure something that you need to be monitoring going into the future. But as of right now, I'm not going to be panicking with Chris Olave. Definitely something that we should monitor. Definitely something that we need to check out what the reports are tomorrow. But it's not like I'm all of a sudden saying, oh, Shaheed's a must-start player. You need to get Shaheed in right this second. I think you just probably give a little bit of patience here. Margot says, Jacobs or Amari in the flex? I go Josh Jacobs. It's a very tough matchup going up against the Vikings. But with that being said, I mean, you are in a much better offense now that you have Jordan Love back in. So, I don't know. And obviously, Emmanuel Wilson does have the receiving touchdown last week. But I think Marshawn Lloyd going to the IR, as well as A.J. Dillon on the IR, all in all, it probably does help out Josh Jacobs more than it hurts, even if Emmanuel Wilson's the guy that had the touchdown. Sir Manny says, should I start Yoshi Vosh over Calvin Ridley this week? I do not fault you for asking this question. I think that this is a legitimate question with how damn good Yoshi Vosh has been. I mean, he has looked phenomenal. Now, with that being said, I don't think I can. If you're looking at Yoshi Vosh, while he's had the receiving touchdowns, the volume hasn't been crazy. I would still project, based off what we've seen with the larger sample, that T. Higgins is ultimately the wide receiver 2 in this offense. So I would still go Calvin Ridley. Now, Cards Fantasy says, please help. We need a tight end, likely Cade Otton, Zach Ertz, or Hunter Henry. My tight end rankings this week, we have these guys in pretty similar tier. At least I'm not too interested in Hunter Henry with how bad his offense is going to be. I probably go ahead and take Isaiah Likely because we expect there to be a little more passing volume in Baltimore now that you have a closer game. I mean, the main issue that you've had, I mean, obviously there are multiple issues with the tight ends in this Baltimore Ravens offense, but one of the big issues that you've had with the Baltimore Ravens offense, at least last week, was if the Ravens get their way, they just want to run the ball. They're not going to have Lamar drop back to pass a ton. John says, start Tyler Conklin or Mark Andrews. So obviously Mark Andrews has been horrendous through the first 3 weeks. Tyler Conklin was great last Thursday night. Conklin's actually playing 90% of the snaps every single week. So Tyler Conklin, definitely another spot. I don't fault you for asking this question. But also, if we look at what Tyler Conklin has done, while he was good this past week, week 1, 1.6 points. Week 2, 2 points. So Conklin was good this past week, but it's not like he's been absolutely dominant. I would probably just stick with Mark Andrews. Like, my thing is, Tyler Conklin, we've had one good week. One good week. Mark Andrews, we've had his career. And we're 3 weeks into this season. Obviously, I mean, I was all aboard a panic on Mark Andrews right after week 1. But I don't know. Phil says Andrews or Kmet. This is another tough spot because Cole Kmet actually had a massive role this past week in Chicago. Saw double-digit targets. I mean, played a season high percentage of the snaps here in Chicago. But you take a step back, it's not like Cole Kmet's been great every single week either. Kmet week 1, 1.4 points. Kmet, 4 receptions, 27 receiving yards in week 2. Obviously, this past week, phenomenal. But my thing with Kmet is now you add in Keenan Allen. Also, reasonably, can we expect that Caleb's going to have 50 passing attempts in this offense every single week? Probably not. I think you add in serious target competition while at the same time, the overall passing attempts come down in this offense. So I think Kmet comes back down to earth in a big time way, to be honest. So I know, can everybody spam the chat? Would you rather have Cole Kmet or Mark Andrews this week? If you go Kmet, I'm not going to fault you at all. I think that Kmet's definitely a better option than Conklin. Like, I would say at least for me, there's no shot I'd play Tyler Conklin over Mark Andrews this week. Kmet versus Andrews, I think it's a real possible pivot. But we got 1 vote for Kmet, 2 votes for Kmet, 1 vote Andrews, 3 Kmet, 4 Kmet, 2 votes Andrews. Oh no, actually Andrews may be cooked. I guess we're going to call it 5 votes for Kmet, 2 votes Andrews here. 3 votes Andrews, 6 Kmet, 7 Kmet, Kmet, Andrews. So it does look like most people are on the Kmet side of things. I probably go Andrews. I don't know. I think Keenan coming into this offense, the routes that Keenan runs and where he works in the football field will overlap with Kmet a decent amount. But let's move this back over to the site. Again, we are answering all questions through flogfantasy.com every single day. You can ask a question over there on the site with this expert advice button here at the top right corner. You can ask a team review, trade question, a start sit question, whatever you are wanting. And, ooh, I just realized something. But if you wanted to, if you were wanting to get that team review, I highly recommend actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. It would definitely be the cheapest way for you to get that free team review. Where if you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will get an additional free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you will get a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard as well. And if you set up with code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a... I'm sorry, I'm going off the rails here. I've been live streaming way too much. But you will also get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, like we did for Skrill here. But just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way we can grant you that free team review voucher. So we know who to grant that voucher to. But this trade question is coming out from Vader. Longtime member of the flock. This is Dowdle and Jaden Reed versus Drake London. So I think that Jaden Reed's actually a very interesting buy low candidate, to be honest, with Jordan Love coming back in. Rico Dowdle has taken over as the RB1 in Dallas. But with that being said, London's going to have better matchups in the future than what he's had so far through the first 3 weeks. I think we go ahead and we take Drake London, especially with this being a 10-team league. We're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Adam says, is that team review eligible for ESPN leagues? That team review, you can do literally any league you want. You can link with ESPN, Sleeper, or Yahoo. Or even if you're on NFL Fantasy, you can still submit screenshots of your team as well. But let's move this over to the next question. This is a trade question from Corpse10. This is Kupp and Nick Chubb versus Josh Jacobs and Christian McCaffrey. Kupp versus CMC, give me CMC. Chubb versus Jacobs, give me Jacobs by a mile. Obviously, you're taking a risk on McCaffrey here. But I think when both players are healthy, give me McCaffrey over Kupp. Neither player is healthy right now. At least you get Jacobs to play in the short term. Okay. Now, a feel coming out says Garrett Wilson, Drake London receiver. Our pivot option would be Deontay Johnson. We're not playing Deontay over either player. Actually, Deontay versus Garrett Wilson's a very interesting question now that Wilson has such a bad matchup going up against Denver. I actually have Wilson and Deontay ranked 36 and 37 in our flex rankings this week. They are pretty much back-to-back. Looking at running back between Ramondre and Chuba Hubbard, I have Ramondre at 41, Chuba Hubbard at 42. We have them back-to-back. I'm going to go Ramondre because Chuba's still splitting with Sanders. And then for the flex spot, I think we probably end up going with Deontay Johnson. Really rooting for you here, my guy. Definitely need to make sure that we are winning this week. Trying to think if there's anything that we could possibly pivot to. But no, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Deontay here. Okay. Now, E. Hartley says, just traded Ramondre and Jawan for Kittle and Carson Steele. This is a different trade. I would rather have the Kittle deal, the Kittle side. So we already gave up Ramondre. Now at this point, we are trading Dobbins and Moss for Spears and Wilson. I actually think that Moss is typically undervalued here in these trades, but Garrett Wilson should be the best player. Looking at the team that we have currently, you said you just traded Ramondre. So now at running back, if we were to make this trade, we are starting Jahmyr Gibbs, James Cook. So honestly, if we still have Gibbs and James Cook, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the Garrett Wilson side. And then obviously every move we make on the waiver wire is about backfilling running back depth. But Napa Corn coming out with our next start sit question. Here at wide receiver, we are choosing between Jawan Jennings, JSN, Cup, Ricky Sticky, and Cortland Sutton. So obviously we have no Cup, we have no Ricky Sticky. Jawan Jennings was going to be the play for me. But now that George Kittle's already ruled good to go, and at the same time, it looks like Deebo Samuel may be playing, I think Jackson Smith-Njigba is in consideration. If you have no Deebo, I go Jennings. But if Deebo plays, I go JSN because Kittle is going to play as well. And you're saying also, do we start the Steelers for consistency or the Raiders for a good matchup? Probably the Steelers. I mean, the Steelers have had 10 points every single week this year in defense, and Richardson has been turning the ball over as well. And then for the flex, we're going to keep it simple. We're going to go with the running back with the guaranteed workload with Travis Etienne. Obviously, he has been very disappointing as the overall Jags offense has been very disappointing so far this season, but I still think you can take Etienne here in the flex. But this next team review is going to be one of those free team reviews that they did through Underdog. Excited to check this out. And real quick, I'll be back in literally 10 seconds. Let me go grab the dog. Okay, I am sorry about that, but we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And the dog's here with us. Come on, baby. Come in. You're not allowed under the desk. No, not under the desk. All right, but anyway, we're going to get this team review going for Believe. We better have some Denver Broncos. Hopefully that's what this is about. But anyway, currently 1-2. Just traded Jennings for Jonathan Brooks. Thanks for reviewing. Love the channel. Thank you, my guy. And unbelievable trade. If you were able to send Jennings to get Brooks, where Jennings may look like he's back to being a waiver wire option if everybody's back here in San Francisco. And then obviously Jonathan Brooks coming back in. But anyway, looking at the league analyzer, we currently are the second best team. Really the top three teams in the league analyzer, all very, very close here. And this is a very shallow league. This is only a start 6 format. I was assuming that maybe you don't have to start a tight end. But is this a league where you potentially only start 2 running backs and 2 wide receivers and you don't have a flex? Is this a league where you could potentially only start a total of 2 wide receivers weekly? If that is the case, then dear God, we need an elite quarterback. Even in a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would still love it if we could go get that top end quarterback. Currently sitting here at QB, we have Dak Prescott because Dak's not going to run the ball at all. And at the same time, I kind of would be surprised if he was the top 3 option in terms of total passing yards and passing touchdowns this season. I actually do think that it's probably an interesting situation to go ahead and see if we can move off of Dak and a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere. Now, going over to running back, we have Bijan, Mixon, Jonathan Brooks, Javonte Williams. So we don't really have that running back that is an expendable piece for us that somebody would be very excited to trade for. Like if we are looking at, say, Javonte Williams, for instance, it'd be great if that guy was Rashad White. We can go, okay, let's go sell that running back and Dak and go get a QB upgrade. But the issue is nobody is going to give you anything for Javonte. Literally anything at all. Running back were great. I mean, obviously, we have 3 guys we're very much excited for, but I don't necessarily think we have the depth here where we can afford to sell Jonathan Brooks. Going over to wide receiver, we have Harrison Evans. Then down here is the depth pieces. We have Higgins, Waddle, Reed, Shaheed. So wide receiver, we're really strong. We have a solid wide receiver 1, solid wide receiver 2. I mean, high upside guys down there on the bench. The only thing I'd say is if this is that league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers or 1 flex, or if it truly is only a start 6 league, ignoring kicker and defense, you have to sell one of these depth receivers. Now, the issue is I think probably Higgins, Waddle, and Reed are all a little bit undervalued at the moment. But if you could potentially sell, say, T. Higgins and Dak Prescott in a 2-for-1 deal and go get one of those elite quarterbacks that will rush the ball, I mean, obviously, you're not going to get Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson. Maybe if we could get 2 Jaden Daniels, that'd be very exciting. Obviously, much, much easier said than done. We have the elite tight end here, and assuming that we have to play a tight end, I really do like to see that. If this is maybe instead a league that doesn't have the tight end slot and it's only a flex, then obviously we look to sell Brock Bowers. But it's a really well-balanced team. If it was a league where you start 2 wide receivers and a flex, or 2 wide receivers, 2 flexes, I think we're sitting pretty and you don't need to really do anything. However, if it's a league where you really only start 6 players at the most in terms of the offensive side, then at that point you need to upgrade quarterback because they're going to make up such a high percentage of your starting lineup output. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is Starvin Marvin. I think we already got something for him. Says, need a viable wide receiver 3. We have Nico Adams. Just wondering who should we trade to pick up Higgins. Not Najee Harris, especially not after the injury that you have with Jalen Warren. I actually need to go ahead and go to the site and move Najee up my rankings now that you are seeing Jalen Warren is officially out. So Najee Harris is my RB20. Probably don't want him much higher than that, but I do think that we probably just need to move him higher in terms of where we're ranking him versus the wide receivers. I think you probably move Najee up to about player 56 overall. I definitely prefer him over Higgins. So at minimum, we have to do that. But yeah, I'd rather have Najee with the Jalen Warren injury. And looking at maybe one of these running backs that we would sell instead for T. Higgins, I think I'd probably rather sell J.K. Dobbins for T. Higgins if we were going to make a move. Now, Robert coming out with the trade question. Here, we have Aaron Jones, Rashee Rice versus Drake London, Saquon Barkley. So Rice to Barkley, give me Barkley. Jones to London, probably give me London. So obviously, Rashee Rice looks absolutely dominant at this point. But we are going to go ahead and we are going to take the Barkley and London side of this. Okay. Let's move this over to Ethan says, who should I trade for Tyreek and Bowers? Look at who's available on the team. Okay, Brees, I'm not going to be trading for Tyreek and Bowers right now. If you could trade Kyron and just trying to think realistically. If you can trade Kyron and Higgins, I think I would like that. I'd rather a Brees. But Kyron Higgins, I think you can make this deal. And let's move this over. And Dylan is our next team. What is this? Submitted a picture of a star. It says, hey, Mason, need help. I have 3 injured players. I don't know how to value my wounded players correctly. I would also want some recommendations with NFL Youngboy. I'm 3-0 and he's 0-3. I have no idea why this screenshot that you made. I think you uploaded the wrong screenshot on accident, my guy. Please, once I hit complete on this, you're going to get an email sent from mason.flockfantasy.com. Just respond with that email. Say, Mason, I uploaded the wrong picture. Or my picture was the star picture. Here's my roster. I need some help. And I'll be happy to respond to you there. But yeah, I'm sorry. And obviously you could always go through and link your team if you wanted to link your team. If you're on ESPN, Sleeper, Yahoo, maybe you're on NFL Fantasy and that's why you tried uploading a screenshot in the first place. But yeah, just respond to the email with pictures of your team. I'd be happy to help you there. But Suhail coming out. Here, wide receiver, we have Olave, DK Metcalf. If we were looking to get somebody in, I actually think I know people are going to hate me for saying this. I play Tyreek over Metcalf. I know. If we're going to go through and look at the underdog picks right now, just look at some realistic projections. Let's make sure I'm not crazy with this. Do they have the Dolphins picks out yet? They have Tyreek higher, lower, 54.5 total yards, 1.53x score touchdown. They have Metcalf 61.5, so they have Metcalf more likely to score a touchdown. They have Metcalf for more fantasy points with 11.25. So I'm not going to go against that in that case. If you want Metcalf, you can go Metcalf. Running back here between Hubbard, Pollard, and White. I'm actually going to go with Rashad White. Bucky Irving did miss practice on Thursday. You have the receiving upside as well. Assuming it's a full PPR format, I think you can go with them. Going over to the flex, we are currently sitting with the choice between Tyreek, Pollard, Chuba, JSN, likely Tyreek. I probably go with Tyreek Hill. I mean, if you are looking at Tyreek, this is a situation in which you really only need one big play. It's very scary. This is a garbage offense. We talked about this previously. What's actually funny is if you look at sports books, the implied team total for the Dolphins this week is higher than it was last week. So sports books are higher right now on the Dolphins offense this week than they were last. Okay, so let's move this over to the next start sit. This is coming from Elite Jay-Z. Says, who should I start in the flex this week? Also, should I try to upgrade at running back? Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. So wide receiver, obviously, Neighbors, Harrison, Rice. These guys are all locked in. Running back, ETN versus Joe Mixon. So Joe Mixon was at practice today, so it definitely looks like Mixon may be out there and maybe playing. If he does not, then I would go Pollard instead. And then for the two flex spots, I think you probably go ahead and you take the guaranteed touches that you have with Tony Pollard, even if it's a low-scoring environment and a bad game. And I think we're also going to go ahead and we're going to take T. Higgins and a good game environment against the Carolina Panthers, where sportsbooks are actually putting a pretty high implied team total with the Bengals supposed to score 26 points this week. Okay. Now let's move this over to the next trade question. This is Devon Achane versus A.J. Brown. So I have Achane ranked higher than A.J. Brown in my rest of season rankings. Now, with that being said, obviously we had Achane as a sell high candidate last week, but the guys that we were looking to sell Achane for would be Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamar Chase. I don't think you can be looking at A.J. Brown in that same tier. To be honest with you, I think that Achane, especially as we get back into this offense in a little bit of time, will kind of lap A.J. Brown here. Okay. But instead, if you could pivot over to one of those other elite receivers, we definitely do just that. Now, let's move over to this team review from Phil. Going to be excited to check this out for you, my guy. This is Chasing the American Dream. Currently 2-1 at this point, and I was wondering if there were any improvements to the team that we could be looking to make. With the Smith injury, is it viable to try to get more depth at receiver? Or do we try to trade a receiver and an extra piece to upgrade the running back depth? I'm 2-1 for reference. Great content as always. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Going to be excited to check this out. Now, definitely with the Devonta. Well, first thing I want to say is it honestly doesn't matter where we are in the league analyzer. This is a hilarious league where the top 8 teams are all about the same. This is kind of what the league analyzer looked like for a lot of leagues right after people had drafts. But then obviously as players look better, as we also actually have just natural, I don't know. in natural hits to rosters with injuries, we have seen some of these teams turn into garbage, but here, this league, everybody looks very close. Now, since this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'm assuming that the Devonta Smith injury is not going to be too big of a deal for us here. And yeah, pulling this up at quarterback, we have Geno and Dak. Completely fine rostering 2 QBs if if Dak is our QB1. I definitely think that you can go ahead and you can just play the matchups between these 2 guys. And honestly, not have to worry too much. I don't think you have an elite ceiling with either quarterback just because they're not going to run the ball a ton. But yeah, with Dak, my thing is I just don't view him as like a locked-in starter every single week. Like if he does have a tough matchup, right, that we are willing to pivot over to Geno Smith. So I think it does make sense to roster both of them. Now going over to running back, we have Breece Hall currently as our anchor. We have ETN as a quality RB2. We have Chuba Hubbard as that RB3-ish in the short term. But in the long term, running back is very much in question when it comes to the depth behind it. I know you were mentioning rostering additional wide receiver depth as we are waiting for Devonta Smith to come back. And I'm completely fine with that because Smith's going to be missing this week with the concussion. And then you have the bye week in week 5 as well. So we are about to go 2 weeks with no Devonta Smith. But if you wanted to go ahead and say, well, even if Smith misses, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start London and Godwin at wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. And we're going to play DeAndre Hopkins in the flex or Ladd McConkey based on the availability of Justin Herbert. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to drop Jerry Jeudy to pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I think you could go ahead. You could look to do that as well. As I mean, at wide receiver, we have a bunch of wide receiver 2s here. We have London, we have Smith, we have Godwin. Obviously, Godwin's been much better than the wide receiver 2 so far this season, but just projecting out going into the future. And we have a couple wide receiver depth pieces of significance with Ladd McConkey and DeAndre Hopkins. So in terms of us going out there and making a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade at running back, because of the Devonta Smith injury, I don't necessarily know if we love it with this team. And instead, what we would probably prioritize is if you had the ability to maybe just drop Jerry Jeudy, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I think that would be very interesting. Going over to tight end, I'm completely fine with us rostering 2 tight ends, right? We are sitting here with both Mark Andrews and Cole Kmet. Andrews, he's been horrible. So I think to roster both, pick up Kmet, the guy that was extremely hot last week, and see what happens going into this one. It's going to be fine. We were kind of debating this in the live chat earlier. I probably go with Andrews over Kmet this week, but obviously, I think that's maybe a little bit of a hot take. Most people in the live chat were saying that they were very much interested in just going through and playing Kmet, which I don't blame them at all. But overall, as it sits, I think that you have a very well-balanced team. I think we drop Jeudy, pick up another running back. If you love Dak Prescott, then you could drop Geno, pick up another running back as well, because we're definitely going to need to figure out some of this running back depth as we approach the buys. And obviously, if we were to have an injury to like Breece, then we are just absolutely screwed here. But Phil actually in the chat right now says Patterson, Sanders, and Chase Brown are the top 3 waiver wire running backs. Thank you so much for sending this. Let's drop Jerry Jeudy for Chase Brown. And if you have any other questions, please drop them in the chat right now when we're on your team. But yeah, drop Jeudy for Chase Brown. A couple different things. One, Chase Brown has been more efficient than Zach Moss this year. Obviously, Moss is the starting running back, and he's the guy that we're excited about in Cincinnati. But there's a chance that the younger running back expands his role as the season goes on. And 2, if Zach Moss goes down, Chase Brown immediately becomes a must-start flex play for us here. Where even if Amari Cooper were to get injured, are we that excited about playing Jeudy? Probably not. Probably still just desperation play, probably similar to a bunch of the receivers on the waiver wire. So yeah, I think we drop Jerry Jeudy, pick up Chase Brown. And also let me know if you have any more questions in this live chat. And also let me know, when did you submit this team for review, my guy? Connor says, just put all the tight end names on a dartboard and throw one and see where it hits. Yeah, I mean, tight end's been disgusting. My biggest mistake in underdog drafts this year by far, and I made the same mistake in the flock league as well, was looking at the elite tight ends that are cheaper than they've ever been. Like getting the tight end 1 off the board in round 4, thinking that we were getting some big steal and that people didn't know what they were doing by making the elite tight ends be the cheapest that I've ever seen since playing fantasy football, starting in I don't want to talk about me playing fantasy football in like 2008. There, I wouldn't be able to remember what ADPs were. But when I really started playing fantasy football in like 20 plus leagues every year in 2014, like there I can pretty much remember draft years every single year. And I don't remember ever seeing the elite tight ends that cheap. I got suckered. And yeah, you're better off just throwing darts. But Phil says wide receivers are Lockett, Wilson, and Mingo. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I actually may. No, I wouldn't play Michael Wilson over DeAndre Hopkins. I would possibly consider it, but yeah, definitely drop Judy and throw up a running back if we can. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you, my guy. And if there's anything else I can do for you, don't hesitate to let me know. If you have any more questions, please drop in the chat right now. I think it's a great team. I think it's a very well-balanced team. I'm in with you. I don't think you can sell a receiver when we have Devonta Smith banged up. We have no Smith for the next 2 weeks. But I think we can drop Judy and pick up another running back because I'm a little bit questioning this running back depth once we get Jonathan Brooks back in Carolina. But appreciate you and hope we were able to help you out in some way. Okay. Now let's move this over to this next start sit question. This was coming out from Sam. Here, wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Pickens, and Harrison inside the starting lineup. If we were looking to pivot off of, obviously we rank these guys Harrison, Tyreek, then Pickens. Yeah, we're playing Pickens over Johnston and Leggett for sure. Going over to running back, the best play potential would be Roschon Johnson. I'm not playing Roschon over either guy. Awesome. Love to see it, Phil. Love to see it. Going down to the flex, this is where things get difficult. You have no Austin Eckler. We have no Jonathan Brooks. We have no Trey McBride. We have no Puka Nacua. If Justin Herbert does play, Quentin Johnston is the guy we go with. If Herbert plays, you go ahead and you play Quentin Johnston. If Herbert misses, then in that case, we go Leggett, especially if you have no Deontay Johnson. If you have no Deontay Johnson, you go Leggett regardless. But assuming Deontay plays and Herbert plays as well, then we're going to go ahead and take Quentin Johnston, my guy. But really appreciate you and really hope we were able to help you out. Now, moving this team review over to Monty22. This is Watch My Chubb. Thank you for being a member of the flock. Going to be excited to check this one out. Now, this is a team that's up there with the other top teams in this league. They're really the top 4 or so teams can be viewed as the juggernauts, mainly the top 3. Possibly you can extend it to the top 4. But it is a 10-team format, so there should be pretty quality options down there on the waiver wire. And at the same time, it's a little more balanced because you can start 4 receivers weekly. So it's not like I want to say, oh yeah, we only want to roster 4 wide receivers and then all the running backs we can get our hands on. No, you have to have a more well-balanced approach here. But going over to quarterback, you currently are sitting with Josh Allen here, QB1. Beyond Josh Allen at QB1, we don't need to have another quarterback. We can start him every single week. Love to see it. Best quarterback in fantasy. Going over to running back, currently are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jordan Mason, Tony Pollard, Brian Robinson. So we have 4 viable starters every single week. Not to mention the depth even beyond this, where maybe something changes with DeAndre Swift. So in my mind, there's going to be a very easy move to make with this team, especially in a league where we can, obviously with the additional flexes, this is a league where depth does matter. But if we can go out and target one of those teams that are sitting with a limited amount of running back depth, like this team is Austin Eckler as their RB3. If you could potentially take one of these depth RBs like Tony Pollard, and honestly, based off the Eckler injury, we probably need to move Brian Robinson up our rest of season rankings here. Let me go ahead and do that right now. I think I just need to move Pollard down more so. Who would y'all rather have rest of season? Would you rather have Tony Pollard or Brian Robinson? Would you rather have Pollard or Brian Robinson rest of season? Can you please spam the chat? I would for sure rather have Robinson this week because you have no Eckler. But rest of season, what way are you going? Okay, it looks like Robinson. So yeah, I think it was more so an issue that we had Pollard too high rather than we had Robinson too low. So let's update that. Let's move Pollard down to RB26. But anyway, I think if you could potentially go ahead and sell Pollard in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at wide receiver, I think that'd be very advantageous if we can target one of those teams that really needs help at running back. Like we said, I mean, this team here only has 3 running backs, one being Austin Eckler. If we could potentially send, say, like Pollard and Brian Thomas or Pollard and Jackson Smith and Jigba and pivot over to Brandon Ayuk, Chris Godwin, I think that would be very interesting. And I think that, honestly, that's a trade that could kind of help both teams here. Another thing that you could do is say, okay, well, maybe Jordan Mason isn't going to be here for the entire season with us. Maybe if you are looking at Mason, once McCaffrey comes back in for the fantasy football playoffs, we don't really need the production. So if you are sitting here at 3-0 or maybe even 2-1, you could look to potentially trade like Jordan Mason and Devonta Smith if we can get to like one of the true elite receivers like St. Brown Jefferson. Going over trying to find another team with a limited running back depth. This team has Jonathan Taylor and then just the Seattle backs. There's a chance that they need an RB3 here. And if you could potentially send them, say Tony Pollard, and get a 2-for-1 deal at wide receiver to upgrade over to, say like if we can send them Jordan Mason and Devonta Smith and go get Justin Jefferson, I think that'd be very interesting. Or send them Pollard and JSN and go get Chris Olave. I think that would be very interesting as well. Because we look at this, I mean, we have enough wide receiver depth here on this roster too, where we have 4 startable running backs every week with Gibbs, Mason, Pollard, Brian Robinson. We have 5 startable receivers with Chase, Smith, Flowers, JSN, Brian Thomas. I think it'll be easier to sell one of the depth running backs with a receiver for a wide receiver upgrade than it would be vice versa. I think to sell JSN and Pollard to go get a running back upgrade, we can definitely try it. And maybe that's your plan A, and then your plan B is instead to go ahead and see if we can make the move to upgrade wide receiver. But regardless, the 2-for-1 trade is exactly what we're looking at. Kyle Pitts there at tight ends. I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to roster another tight ends. So if you wanted to drop like Brandon Cooks or drop Alexander Madison and pick up another tight end off the waiver wire, I think you could go ahead and do that if you were interested in it. But ultimately, it's a very strong team. Obviously, there's a reason that we are at the top of the league analyzer. And it's just about maybe selling some of the additional depth that we have to a team that's dealing with some injuries and needs the depth. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But let's move this over to some more questions. We are actually going to have to back out of this so we can load some more. And as we load more of these in here, make sure you go down and drop any questions that you have in the live chat, and we'll try to answer some real quick. John says, Shakir going to eat. He's going to have Kyle Hamilton guarding him. He gives up like 100 passing rating in the slot. So if you're looking at Khalil Shakir, he has been, absurd when it comes to the efficiency. Now, if you're looking at what you have with the target volume underlying this, Shakir has had 14 total targets this season. Now, with those 14 targets, he's been phenomenal. He's had 168 receiving yards and multiple receiving touchdowns. But also, if you go back to what we had in weeks 1 and 2, you actually did see Shakir get out-snapped by Keon Coleman, and Keon Coleman did run more routes. Week 3, Keon gets disciplined because he was late to some team meeting, I don't know exactly what he was late to. He was late to something. And from my understanding, the team did not like that. I don't see why, but I do think that Shakir's probably going to be scaling back a bit. Brandon, yeah, I'm going through and I'm answering all the questions right now in this live stream. We live streamed for 6 hours yesterday. We're 3 hours into this live stream. I'm going through and answering as many as we can. Vitch says defenses to stream this week. I think you can be looking at the Dolphins and you can be looking at the Titans. Should be the lowest scoring game in the NFL this week with pretty abysmal offenses. Nolan says Deontay Johnson or Garrett Wilson in a full PPR format. I do currently have both receivers ranked back-to-back in my rankings. Obviously, with Wilson having a very tough matchup, I would very easily rather have Wilson rest of season. I mean, we can go ahead and we can see what the projections are here. Rodgers to have 221.5 passing yards. Garrett Wilson's at higher or lower, 54.5 receiving yards. Deontay Johnson's higher or lower is 63.5 receiving yards. So if you're using the underdog pick'ems and honestly, with how accurate these underdog pick'ems are, and if you think they're inaccurate, I got news for you. You can actually go take higher or lower on these right now. But I think that they're pretty damn accurate. I probably want to go Deontay Johnson for that. Okay. Jim says, should I trade Pitts for Puka and JSN? And Hunter, please shoot me an email, mason.flockfantasy.com, if you think that you have a question that should have been answered by now. Looking at Pitts for Puka and JSN, yeah, I'd rather have Puka and JSN over Pitts, and I'd rather just stream tight end. I understand you sent one on Flock, my guy. We're going to get to it. Like I said, we are answering all the questions on flockfantasy.com constantly. We will go back there. We'll go back there. Okay. I'll start streaming for 7 hours a day. But anyway, I promise you, we're going to answer everybody's questions. We're not going to miss any. I don't think we've ever missed any. But anyway, let's go ahead. And of course, if you wanted to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you can ask a team review, a trade question, a start sit question. If you wanted to get there, definitely the easiest way is just go hit the expert advice button on the sites. If you hit expert advice, it will jump you to choose whatever question you want to ask about. Team review is definitely expensive. Like I said, obviously, we've been streaming nonstop trying to get through as many as we possibly can. So if you wanted the cheapest way to get a team review, what I'd recommend is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You'll get that free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard, and a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Sunday game. But if you wanted that free team review, just make sure that you are setting up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as what you have on Underdog Fantasy. But let's go ahead and let's get this question going for Adam. This is a start sit. We already started Neighbors. Wide receiver 2, it's either McLaurin, Brown, Dortch, Cup. A.J. Brown practiced today. If A.J. Brown plays, obviously we go ahead and start him, but it will be something we have to keep track of. Tight end, it's between Likely and Henry. I go with Isaiah Likely. I think the passing volume is a little bit higher in Baltimore this week than it was last. Running back, we're going to be going with Pollard. And then if you have no Joe Mixon, Cam Akers. Obviously, if Mixon does play, we have to figure out either Bucky Irving or Tyler Algier. Probably going to need to monitor the Bucky Irving the reports as well. He did miss practice yesterday. Now, moving over to what we have with our next flex. It's really between Bucky Irving, Tyler Algier. And yeah, we can't consider anybody else. Cup's out. We're assuming A.J. Brown's out. Obviously, if A.J. Brown plays, you play him. We probably go Bucky Irving, assuming that he's good to go, but definitely monitor what the coaching staff's saying going into the game. Now, let's get this team review going for Drake May, or Drink May. Got the Brady Rings profile pick. Here, this is going to be a very shallow format. This is an 8-team league. With this being an 8-team league, we are highly incentivized to make as many 2-for-1 deals, as many 3-for-1 deals as we possibly can. Every trade that we are trying to make, we are just trying to get the best player in return. That is really going to be the only thing that matters in this style league, especially if you make those 2-for-1 deals, you make those 3-for-1 deals, you're going to be able to go over to the waiver wire and you are going to be able to pick up a viable option. Now, looking at what we have with the team. Starting off at quarterback, we have Dak Prescott. In an 8-team league, Dak Prescott's nothing better than a streamer. In an 8-team league, I do not think Dak Prescott's a top 8 quarterback rest of season. I would really like to go to a team that has multiple quarterbacks. This team, their team name's Burrow. They have Jaden Daniels as well. Maybe they want to roll with Joe Burrow. If we can go trade for Jaden Daniels, probably something that's going to be very interesting. Going over to what we have with this other team, Kyler and Stroud. If we can go out there and get Kyler Murray, would be very interesting, right? If we are able to get that upgrade over Dak Prescott, specifically here where this is that situation in which the Dak upside is really capped based off him not running the ball, and this is that 8-team format. Okay. But anyway, you're also saying, I feel like we have a decent team. I'd like to see if any suggestions on upgrading for the elite players. Wilson seems to be flopping, so I might trade him before his value plummets. Wilson. So it looks like maybe already traded away Wilson. Maybe we just traded away Wilson right away. But anyway, going over to running back, we are built around the elite level options at the very top. Definitely love to see this. We're right now at running back. I mean, we are sitting with Bijan Robinson and Jonathan Taylor. Obviously, two players that are extremely exciting. Two players that we play every single week, regardless of matchup. And even in an 8-team format, we can kind of comfortably say that, yeah, we are good to go. We have two running back ones. The depth beyond this, not appealing. I would imagine that, honestly, you should have a much better play off the waiver wire than Alexander Madison. In an 8-team league, I go ahead and cut Madison and look to pick up somebody else. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have the wide receiver one in fantasy with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Obviously, with St. Brown, doesn't matter if it's an 8-team league, 1-team league. He is a wide receiver one here. Love to have it. Olave is a solid wide receiver two. Going over to what we have with Higgins, Shakir. These are good examples of players that are exciting when it comes to maybe what you have in a 12-team format, but here in an 8-team league, they don't matter at all. I would actually maybe assume that we would potentially have a better option off there on the waiver wire right now than Michael Wilson in an 8-team league. I'd probably rather prefer a running back that's an injury away from turning into an elite level player. Somebody like Zach Charbonnet, as an example, or somebody like Braylon Allen. Charbonnet's probably already rostered, but in an 8-team league, you maybe find Braylon Allen down there on the waiver wire. Going over to what we have at tight end, we are rostering 3 tight ends. We have McBride, Andrews, and Kmet. So obviously we're missing McBride this week. We need to pick up another tight end to play. So if you are playing, Mark Andrews over Cole Kmet, we're chilling. You're not doing anything. However, on the other hand, if this is a situation in which you're playing, I'm sorry, regardless, whenever I say you're chilling, you put him in your lineup, you cut the other guy. We don't want to roster 3 tight ends. I mean, looking at what you have with McBride's going to be back next week. McBride is an every week starter, regardless of matchup. So I think it's a very easy spot to just go ahead, let go of one of these tight ends, pick who you want to start this week, drop the other guy. I would never tell anybody to drop Mark Andrews in a regular format, but this is an 8-team league. Honestly, I would probably play Andrews and I'd probably drop Kmet in an 8-team league. I think you go prioritize some of these running backs that have the high ceiling. And if we had the ability to sell one of our depth receivers in an 8-team format to go get that upgrade over Dak Prescott, or if you can sell Shakir and Dak, or if you can sell T. Higgins and Dak, and go move over and get Jaden Daniels from the Burrow team. Go get Kyler Murray from the CJ Stroud team. Go get Mahomes from the team that is also Richardson and Rodgers. I think in an 8-team league, you just can't get by with Dak Prescott. We want to upgrade there, and we really want to be churning the bottom end of this roster. What I imagine in an 8-team format, we should have much better waiver wire options, but really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's move this over to our next team review. This is going to be a free team review coming out from the Underdog promo. This is the betting favorites. This is actually the team name for Avery's team in the Flock League. And it looks like we changed our team name after we submitted this. So here's what I'm going to need. One, I'm going to ask you right now, bag maker. If you are in the live chat, please send your team name. Send your team name in the chat so we can go through and we can get this. If you're not in the chat, we're probably going to have to hear from you in another time. And we're probably going to have to skip over this for now. But regardless, as we wait for him in the chat, I am out of water. I really need more water if we're going to keep streaming for a couple more hours. And we'll try to get to some live chat questions soon as well. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that, but did we get the... no, we did not get the team name here. So we are going to have to skip over this one. We will get back to it. But bag maker, whenever you see this, probably going to say this a couple live streams, I'm imagining. We're going to need your updated team name. And please, if you submit a team over on the site, do not immediately update your team name on Sleeper, ESPN, or whatever it is. But anyway, Turner coming out with the start set. We already started Lamb. Wide receiver Darnell Mooney is the other name we can get in. Really, the main thing we're deciding between is going to be running back. I think we go Braylon Allen over Bucky Irving and Spears. Braylon Allen's had a much better offense and a much better running back than Tajay Spears. At the same time, if you're looking at Braylon Allen versus Bucky Irving has been dealing with an injury, did miss practice yesterday. So I think it's just a safe play to go Allen. And then for the flex spot, it does look like Nico Collins is going to be good to go this week. Now, Vincent coming out with a trade question. This is Taylor and Keenan versus Breece Hall. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Breece Hall. This is a 10-team league. At least that's what you filled out it to be. If this is a 10-team format, and give me the best player. If you're looking at the difference between Breece and Taylor, it's all centered around the reception volume. And at the same time, if you're looking at Jonathan Taylor, I do think that Anthony Richardson may still be vulturing a few of these rushing touchdowns. Now, John coming out with the trade question says, I have Garrett Wilson on the trade block and got this offer. Should we do this? And also, do we have any potential counters? Ooh, so this is interesting. Obviously, Wilson to Taylor's a massive upgrade. Mason to Jameson's a massive downgrade. I would love to hear what everybody has to say in the chat right now. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Jonathan Taylor and Jameson Williams or Jordan Mason and Garrett Wilson? Would you rather have the Taylor side of this or the Wilson side of this? Please let me know. Okay, so we got one that's tough. Then we got everybody else saying Mason and Wilson. So everybody's saying Mason Wilson here. So if we were to look to add in another piece, maybe what we need in return is instead of Jameson Williams, just a better wide receiver from them. So maybe if you were looking to do this deal, we get back Jonathan Taylor and instead of Jamison Williams, we get Devontae Adams. Or maybe instead of this deal, we get back Jonathan Taylor and Mike Evans. Or instead of this deal, we get back Jonathan Taylor and Drake London. I think that those could be some different alternatives that would be an absolute no-brainer in my mind. These 3 trades I would love to do. Now, but let's move this over to Crowd Killers. Going to be excited to check your team out. It says, love the content. Dealing with the CMC injury, 0-3. Dear God. Made this trade earlier in the week to get some points locked up. Looking to move some of the bench wide receiver depth to hold me over a little bit better until CMC comes back. Much love. Love the long form content, and I'm looking forward to becoming a mother flocker. Really appreciate you, my guy. And yeah, we're definitely trying to go through and create as much value for all the mother flockers on the site. And also, I will say, we're actually, for the annual members of the site, going to be doing a massive merch drop as well very, very soon. So just look out on flockfantasy.com for that. We can, y'all, let me get y'all a little sneak peek of the merch drop of what's going to be. We need to bend the Bills. We need to bend the Bills. They came flat, but regardless, we got the flock hat. We're going to be dropping this. We're going to be sending shirts. We got a couple hoodies. And yeah, we're just going to be doing it for, sadly, we're not sending out flock helmets. This helmet cost this bad boy costs a lot. We can give out hats. We can give out shirts, but the helmet would be much, much tougher. But anyway, let's get this going for Crowd Killers. Really appreciate you. And I'm sorry that we can't link with NFL Fantasy right now. Hopefully we can very soon for you. But anyway, right now this is a league where we start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end. Looks like a single flex. So definitely a format in which the wide receiver depth doesn't matter. Definitely when we get to make where we can make 2-for-1 deals to improve inside the starting lineup, it's definitely going to be what we are looking to do. Now, going over to the projections, I actually think that we probably have some weird passing scoring here. I don't know if you included a screenshot of the exact scoring settings. We didn't, but looking at this, I'm kind of concerned with Anthony Richardson projecting out to score 30 points. What this tells me, and of course, I could very much be wrong here, but seeing a crazy high projection for Anthony Richardson, but not so much the running backs, not so much the receivers. This tells me that we should probably expect that this league has some kind of additional passing volume scoring, where you're getting either 6 points per passing touchdown. Maybe instead of you getting 6 points per passing touchdown, it's, instead of every 1 point for 25 passing yards, it's 1 point per 20 passing yards. Or maybe it's some kind of point per completion element. But if you're getting the boosted QB scoring in terms of the passing statistics, then in that case, Anthony Richardson is way less appealing. Because in that case there, Anthony Richardson, his rushing upside won't make as much of a difference. It'll be very easy for guys like Kirk Cousins to catch up to him. So honestly, yeah, you look at Baker's projected to score the same amount of points this week. So quarterback, we're definitely not in a pretty situation. Going over to the trade that we made, it looks like I don't know what did we get? I've never played on NFL Fantasy. What does this mean? What side did we get? We have London Laporta versus Schultz, McLaurin, Harrison, Foreman. We dropped Foreman. So we can see what's our team sitting with. I hope we have the Harrison side. Yeah, we do have Harrison. Okay, so honestly, as someone who's stuck with Sam Laporta right now, I would love I mean, I would love to sell Sam Laporta for what you got him for. Yeah, the Harrison side clears very easy here. Running back, we don't have a high-end RB1. We have a couple RB2s. We have Jones, Pollard. Jones definitely be the more exciting player of the group. We have Kareem Hunt as the upside play down there on the bench. Oh, this is a tough spot. And we have McCaffrey on the IR, but are we really sitting here with only Kareem Hunt, Aaron Jones, Tony Pollard? We probably want to be adding in another running back if we get the ability to. Raheem Mostert's on the waiver wire. So I would go through, I'd pick what tight end you want to start this week, whether that's Noah Fant or Dalton Schultz. I'd probably start Dalton Schultz given the Tank Dell injury. But I'd probably drop Noah Fant and pick up Raheem Mostert as well. So we have a little added running back depth. Side note as well is I'd probably drop... Actually, no, never mind. I thought we had Brandon Cooks on this team for whatever reason. I was going to say drop Brandon Cooks for Cortland Sutton, but we don't have Cooks. But yeah, we definitely need more running back depth. Drop the backup tight end, pick up Mostert. Wide receiver, we have DJ Moore, Harrison, Reed. Good wide receiver room. Down on the bench, we have some okay depth options. We have McLaurin, Worthy, and Lockett. I will say, if this is a league where you are getting additional boosted scoring for quarterback passing volume, 100% you sell Terry McLaurin and Anthony Richardson for the best quarterback you can get. Ignoring the rushing upside. 100% you sell Xavier Worthy and Anthony Richardson for the best quarterback you can get, ignoring the rushing upside. Specifically, if it's a league where you're getting like points per completion, maybe an added on, like, I don't know. My thing is you're just seeing 30 points projected for Richardson. There's no way in hell that in a regular league, even if this is NFL fantasy, and I don't play on NFL fantasy, they're projecting Baker and A-Rich to have that kind of passing volume. And then going over to tight end, we have Dalton Schultz. We're just streaming. I think you'll have to roster one, but yeah, really do appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for taking advantage of that underdog offer. And yeah, definitely we're going to continue to work to do everything that we can to improve the site for you, especially all the mother flockers on the site. And much love, and hope that we get to see you out in a live stream soon. Okay. Now let's move this over for TFE. S. Rob says, tricky decisions with the Walker injury. Waddle, Dolphins struggling. 100%. Completely understand where you're coming from. Looking at wide receiver, London, Amari, I completely agree. I think you have to start both of them over Waddle. Running back, when we have Steele and Najee, it sounds like Walker's going to play. I'd plan on going Kenneth Walker. Going down to the flex. Let's see what the underdog projections are. How bad is it supposed to be in Miami? Like, how bad is this going to be? Okay, come on. Give us the NFL picks. My computer is bugging. We'll get back to that in a second. Hopefully the live stream's not lagging. Okay, my computer is back. Thank God. Okay. But you have higher, lower 40.5 receiving yards. I'm sorry, total yards for Waddle. Higher, lower 37.5 yards. Whereas you go over and look at Carson Steele. Higher, lower 48.5. More likely to score a touchdown. You probably go Steele over Waddle. But if we are playing Steele for the flex, then what we're going to do instead is you go ahead, you put Steele at running back 2. We put Kenneth Walker in the flex spot just in case he does miss on Thursday, and we'll have more options that we can pivot off to on the waiver wire and put somebody in. But appreciate you, my guy. I definitely think that we will have Kenneth Walker good to go this week, so I don't think it's the biggest concern here. Now, Beezer coming out with the start sit question. Here, tight ends, we are choosing between Ferguson and Bowers. Obviously, we kind of already needed to make this call, but we would go Bowers if he didn't play Ferguson. Even though Ferguson had a great week. And then going down to what we have in the flex, DJ Moore versus Chris Godwin. Now that Keenan Allen is good to go, I'm fine playing Nico Collins, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Chris Godwin. I think you can bench DJ Moore this week, even though Moore has been averaging 9 targets a game through the first 3 weeks. Now, Bodie coming out with another trade question, always out here in the live chat. Here we're looking at Mahomes versus Daniels and Dak. Says Mahomes been worrying me, so I did this trade to stack with Rice. Who should I start? So if we're looking at Daniels and Dak, I think most people at this point, at least in this live chat right now, have Jaden Daniels ranked ahead of Dak Prescott. If you're telling me you could just flip Dak for anything, then maybe you take the Daniels side. I have Daniels ranked 42 overall, Mahomes ranked 41 overall rest of season. I'm very close to flipping Daniels for Dak myself. But yeah, I would start Daniels over Dak every single week, pretty much. Looking over to this next team, this is Racing with Rugs. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. This currently was 1-2. Was offered Tyreek for one of my starting running backs plus Isaiah Likely. I lose depth if I do this, but maybe can flip Olave, Smith, or Shakir. Want to pick up Conklin or Ertz, but don't see myself dropping anyone except maybe Kareem Hunt. It's tough to drop Hunt before we see what the split's going to be. Ideally, you want to do a 2-for-1 trade. I mean, this is a league where it's a 12-team format, and you start up to 4 receivers weekly, so it is a league where depth does matter. One thing that you could consider, and it depends on what the other teams in your league are doing here. This team has 2 QBs. This team has 2 QBs. This team has 2 QBs. This team has 2 quarterbacks. So it looks like everybody in your league's rostering, on average, about 2 quarterbacks. So that is the case. Never mind. We definitely want to hold on to Baker. I was going to say, if we really needed somebody to drop, we could drop Baker Mayfield. But yeah, you need to make a 2-for-1 deal to find someone to drop here. Who could we? Maybe you drop Baker and your league mates. No. Honestly, F it. Don't pick up Ertz. Don't pick up Tyler Conklin. Just play Isaiah Likely. If you're looking at total points so far this season, Likely's outscored these guys anyway. The passing volume will be better this week against Buffalo than it was last week. So it's almost impossible to make a waiver wire move with this team right now. So we'll definitely do it if there's a very exciting player off of waivers. But if instead it's just some marginal piece here, such as Isaiah Likely, then we're not nearly as interested. Such as Zach Ertz, we're not nearly as interested. Now, going over to what we have at running back. Quarterback, we can already say that, we're just playing the matchups between these two guys. Probably Jordan Love is my guy going into the future, but not going to fault you at all if you really like the matchup for Baker to go with Baker at any point. Now, going over to running back, we are looking at Achane, Walker, CMC, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, and Kareem Hunt. So one thing that's also interesting to look at, if you're having an issue with possibly the depth and the waiver wire moves we're going to make going into the future, because it's very hard to find somebody to cut off of this team. What you could always look to do is get off of Hawkinson if this is a situation in which you only have one IR slot, because we have both CMC and Hawkinson, presumably both on the IR. I don't like the idea of selling McCaffrey right now. Obviously, very wide range of outcomes. He may miss the entire season. Definitely a possibility. But at the same time, to go through and sell him with that in everybody's mind, I do think that naturally you're just going to be selling him extremely low. We have the quality depth pieces. These guys like Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Kareem Hunt are the perfect examples of the players that we want to roster on the bottom end of our team. I absolutely love this running back room now that we're getting Kenneth Walker back in. Obviously we've been fine as well with Zach Charbonnet filling in regardless. Now going over to wide receiver, it's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So because you can start 4 wide receivers every week, I actually don't think we should be selling a receiver here. I think Olave and Smith actually need to be players that kind of hold the fort down. In the instance that we go trade for Tyreek Hill, where we send Kenneth Walker, Isaiah Likely to get Tyreek. Even in that case, I think that the wide receiver depth here kind of does matter. If we send Walker and Likely, get Tyreek Hill, we're starting Tyreek Olave this week. In the flex spots, we still probably have to go Ridley Hopkins. We have no Smith, and Smith has the bye week next week. So what I probably look to do is, one, I think that, the value on the Tyreek Hill deal, it's too good to pass up on. I think you have to go ahead. You have to make it. And then at that point, we probably pick up we go Zach Ertz off of the waiver wire in a good matchup. But if you make that 2-for-1 deal, we'll have the raw spot to do it anyway. You don't have to drop anybody. We're sitting with Achane, CMC, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Kareem Hunt. So in that instance, we're probably in a situation in which running back 2 is a disaster, but running back 2 isn't the worst thing in the world to be lacking in a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So I wouldn't sell a wide receiver to backfill. Instead, we would just try to roster as many running backs as we possibly can. So if you wanted to move on from Baker, if you were very confident in Jordan Love and just pick up another running back off the waiver wire, we could go ahead and do that. So I like the team. I like where your head's at. And if this was, maybe the league analyzer is pulling this in wrong. If it is a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, then yes, we sell a wide receiver for a running back 2. But the thing is, if this is a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly, us going through and selling the receiver for the running back doesn't do anything anyway, because it's like we're taking we're taking something out of our ship to fill in another hole. I mean, a hole, and we're just creating another. I can't talk. I've been streaming for 4 hours. But we hold on to the receivers after you make this deal, assuming the league settings here are correct. You have to backfill, and we have to find a running back 2 that we like off of the waiver wire. We can't... I don't know. I don't think we can afford to trade for a running back 2. But let's go get Tyreek, and let's pray to God that we can get by without it. And I'm sorry for just being... absolutely off the rails with this. Like I said, we're 4 hours in. I need a reset. Let's get some water, and then we'll go to the next team. Okay. Now let's move this over to the next squad. Now this is Breece's Balls. Now this is a 12-team format where we can also start 4 receivers weekly. So definitely another situation in which the wide receiver depth matters. It's not a spot where it's a no-brainer to just go through and sell any wide receivers we have to go out there and upgrade running back 2. Saying, I feel like we don't have the best team in the league and we need to make some moves. Well, first thing is, if you are looking at what we have currently with wide receivers, this is a league that I probably want to be adding in some additional options. It's a league where we can start 4 players every single week. We are currently sitting with Rice, London, Flowers, Kirk. Obviously, 4 players that are okay, but at the same time, it's not like we're super excited about the bottom end of somebody like Christian Kirk here. So if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I 100% agree. I think that this is a situation in which you want to have a construction that is just like this. But in a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly, I'd probably pick up another wide receiver. We don't have to. Going over to quarterback, we have AR. With Anthony Richardson, he's been horrendous. I'm sure this is why we feel like we don't have the best team here, even though if the league analyzer has us at number 1. This week, it's going to be extremely tough as well, going up against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, this is one of the worst matchups any quarterback could potentially have. It's such a tough spot because, like, do we want to pick up another QB literally just to play this week? Looking at the vast majority of teams in your league, it looks like they are only rostering one quarterback. So if you could pick up a streamer, say like Sam Darnold, you could definitely go ahead and you could pivot over to maybe that option like Darnold for this week, Richardson for the long term. Well, Richardson will have the rushing upside. I'm not giving up on Richardson in a 4-point passing touchdown format. I actually just bought him from Sal in the Flock League. Going over to running back, we have the best running back room in the league. We have Brees, Kyron. We have viable depth pieces at running back as well. This is why I think that, honestly, the rostering this many running backs isn't a necessity here. Specifically for your squad, where we have Dobbins, Tony Pollard as RB3, RB4, Devin Singletary as our running back 5. I think we can find a team here that is, especially in a 12-team format, probably desperate for some running back depth. This team's seen the injury to both McCaffrey and Pacheco. There are a couple of different interesting trades we could possibly try to make with this team. The first one being is obviously we could potentially try to sell them, maybe the running back with the cap ceiling, whether that is Dobbins or Pollard with Anthony Richardson to go get to Josh Allen. I think that'd make a ton of sense. Obviously, there's a chance that they say no there. There's a chance that they go, man, I know we need a running back, but AR has been horrendous. And then in that case, what we're probably looking to do is maybe trade Pollard with one of the receivers and go get a wide receiver upgrade. Like you go Pollard and Kirk, or I'd try Singletary and Kirk first. If you can go like Devin Singletary and Christian Kirk and go pivot to DJ Moore for this team, where we actually give them somebody to start, where right now they're starting like DeAndre Swift and Jaleel McLaughlin, or DeAndre Swift and Ezekiel Elliott. I think that could make a ton of sense for both rosters. This team here is Najee, Chuba, Jalen Warren. This team's complete toast at running back as well. If you could potentially go ahead and sell them, say, a J.K. Dobbins with a wide receiver and go pivot up to Deebo Samuel. Like we go Dobbins and Kirk to get to Deebo. Obviously, we do the same deal with Pollard, where this is a team that obviously has all the wide receiver depth in the world, but just is desperate for plays at RB. This team is Jerome Ford, Samaje Perine is their RBs 2 and 3. Here, this is a spot. If you could sell Devin Singletary and Christian Kirk and go get DK Metcalf, I think we would as well. I think that's the main play we're looking to make with this team. Obviously, we're not selling Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving, Roshan Johnson. They don't have enough trade value. And at the same time, they have the upside. And we don't really need them right now. We can just think about their long-term upside. We have the top-end running backs that these marginal depth pieces that are just seeing volume don't matter too much for us. Where if we're only rostering 4 wide receivers, I would love for those receivers to just be straight-up studs. And then going over to tight end, we have Kincaid. Obviously, we can start Kincaid regardless of matchup. No hesitation there. And then with Anthony Richardson, like I said, if we could potentially go back down to this team that really needs help at running back and get Josh Allen off them, I think we would. But the issue is with Josh Allen having the game that he just did, it's probably going to be very difficult to project that as a possibility. But I really do appreciate you. I think you have a ton of value with this team. I do think you have the most valuable team in the league. But I think to unlock that value and get some production in the lineup, these are the 3 guys that we're throwing on the block. We're seeing if we can get a 2-for-1 upgrade elsewhere, either quarterback or one of these depth receivers. But really appreciate you. Hope I was able to help you out, my guy. Now, Rated R Savior coming out says, hey, Mason, should I do this? I need a running back. Also, I think I fixed the issue with my team review. I was number 23. Okay. I don't remember exactly what the context of that is, my guy. If you're still having any issues with it and you need something from me, please shoot me an email. Especially if you got an email saying like, hey, your team review is complete. Respond to the email. I'll be happy to get back to you. But looking at this, we need Malik Neighbors. If you're selling Neighbors, like I said, I think Neighbors is potentially an interesting sell if you're able to get to Jefferson, Chase, St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, one of the receivers that you don't have quarterback concerns with. But yeah, no, you can't sell Neighbors for pretty much anything less than that. But Rated R Savior says, no, I'm good. You read it last night. Much love. I hope you're enjoying the website, my guy. I hope that this is better for you than Super Chats. Definitely, obviously, we are working out some stuff. I'm sure y'all have noticed, but we are updating flockfantasy.com. The dev team's working on it literally every single day, pushing out updates. So I think it's already better than Super Chats personally, at least on my end. Obviously, I don't know 100% what all y'all think, but I think it's only going to be getting better from here. And hopefully we can make it easier and easier. Illuminate says, website's dope. Love the direction you've taken the company, Mason. Thank you, my guy. And yeah, the main thing and why we had to move off of Super Chats is, one, I can't know your league settings with Super Chats, so it's very difficult for me to answer trade questions and roster reviews. Two, I can't see the rest of your league. You can't type into a chat. And three, we got to a point where we have over 200,000 subs right now. So people last year were having to super chat and then wait like 45 minutes to get an answer. And if they had to leave the live stream and they missed their answer, they could never get it again. Where here, answering it through the site, instead, we're able to send them that direct message as soon as we answer it with the clip of their answer. So they can ask a question at any time of the day and get an answer at any time. I mean, whenever we stream, whether they're watching the stream or not. So hope y'all like it. We're definitely going to keep on improving it. And yeah, I feel better about, like, yes, people are waiting a decent bit to get their answers. Like if they asked the question at the beginning of this live stream, obviously they had to wait a while for it to get answered here. But I at least feel a lot better knowing if they had to leave the stream, we still sent them their answer and they're still able to view it afterwards, which takes a lot of the pressure. And honestly, I just felt very bad and very crappy last year, knowing that a lot of people's questions I was answering, they probably had to leave the stream and probably didn't even get to hear the answer. But anyway, Chris coming out says, 4-player keeper league. Love my team, but also don't love the return here. Going from Bijan in a keeper format to CMC Jordan Mason, I think that's a downgrade. Christian Watson to T. Higgins is an upgrade. I probably prefer Bijan Robinson, but I still view Bijan Robinson as a top 5 running back in fantasy. I view Bijan Robinson as a top 3 running back in fantasy, especially in a keeper format. I don't want to be I don't want to be sitting here like overrating Bijan. I know a lot of people accuse us of doing that. But I don't know. CMC, I think, is higher ceiling than Bijan. Mason has the production right now. I'd rather have Higgins over. We're going to go with the younger back. We're definitely going to go with Bijan Robinson here. In a redraft league, I think it's very tough. Keeper league, we can use that as a tiebreak. Let's go over to Hellboy Jordan out here in the chat a bunch. Love to see you, my guy. Any potential trades you should look to make? I panic sold Chase and Gibbs for Kyron and Evans. Lost the trade for sure. Could have done Smith for Neighbors instead. I'm struggling with the squad. All right. So my guy, I hate that trade. Hate the Chase trade. Now, obviously, with that being said, after the Chase trade, we are sitting here at the bottom of the league analyzer. We got to work our way up. It is a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So we are having to be heavily leveraged to upside where we can get it. Looking at quarterback, when we have Stroud, I don't think you roster Derek Carr here as well. 0 rushing upside with Derek Carr. I think CJ Stroud has the passing volume. I think this is a spot in which you need to be rostering as many running backs like Braylon Allen as possible. Because if we are trying to chase the upside, what we are going to need here is we are going to need that running back to pop due to a change in situation / injury. So yeah, 1, drop Carr, pick up another running back. 2, going over to the running back room. We have Kyron Williams. Looking at Kyron, like him as my running back one, I'm definitely concerned about the overall offense that you have in Los Angeles. 5 offensive linemen on the IR. Kupp injured. Puka injured. But still, getting all the volume in the world. We have Chuba to start in the short term. We have the upside of Steele. We have Corum. We have Swift. But even like rostering, because we have to figure out how does this team turn around, right? I don't think like rostering our own handcuffs is the way to go about this. Like in terms of like Blake Corum versus Braylon Allen here, as an example, like if Kyron Williams goes down, this team has no shot to win anything. So going through and say, just playing it safe and rostering someone like Kyron, rostering someone like Corum to back up Kyron. I don't think we need to be handcuffing our own backs. But yeah, drop Derek Carr, pick up another running back that's an injury away. Going over to wide receiver, we have Smith, Evans, Reed. We have Dell as well, Allen Lazard. My thing with Allen Lazard is, would we ever play him over Smith, Evans, or Reed? I guess actually Smith's injured. Smith injured, Tank Dell injured. We are going to roster Allen Lazard. Ignore me. If everybody's healthy here, I would almost rather just take the other shot on the premium handcuff back. Going over to tight ends, we have Njoku and Gesicki. So we have Gesicki to play in the short term for Njoku. We have Njoku for the long term here. So in terms of trades to make with this roster now, you can't sell Dell. You can't sell Jaden Reed. They're at an all-time low in terms of their trade value. We don't have the depth, particularly at receiver, to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade at running back. We are kind of just needing these lottery tickets at this point on a team that's near the bottom of the standings. And I think the way we do that is if we're looking for lottery tickets, we're trying to find the next Jordan Mason. I think you cut Derek Carr, you pick up another running back. As soon as David Njoku's healthy, you cut Mike Gesicki, you pick up another running back. As soon as all our receivers here are healthy, it depends on how Allen Lazard plays over the next few weeks. We maybe even cut Allen Lazard and pick up another running back. But I don't really see any trades to be making, honestly, with the squad now. I think we are kind of riding or dying with the team and really hoping we get some spike weeks from the receivers when we need them. But I appreciate you. Be honest with you, I really don't like the team, but really hope we get a running back pop that possibly saves it. Okay. But let's go through and let's actually answer some free questions in the live chat. Then we'll pivot back over and get to some more of the questions on the site. So please, if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat. Would be happy to get them for you. Nicholas says, start to Rome, Waddle, Ladd, Braylon Allen. Okay. So you have Keenan Allen good to go. Keenan Allen back will make it a little less advantageous in my mind for us to go through and play Rome and Dunze, but in this range, we still go Rome. If Justin Herbert's fully healthy, I wouldn't fault you if you really wanted to go ahead and play Ladd McConkey. But if Herbert is banged up, you have no other option but to play Jalen Waddle. And yeah, I think I am going to go ahead. I think I will take Jalen Waddle over Braylon Allen this week. You don't love it. Rock says, is Jacoby a start this week? I have Jacoby ranked, I believe, at wide receiver 35. So he's definitely in flex consideration. Like if you have, I say I have Devonta Smith in the flock league. So as soon as Devontae Adams was ruled out, I hustled my little butt over there to the waiver wire to see if we could pick up Jacoby. He was already gone, of course. But if you have great options, then no. Patrick says, Karl Anthony Towns is a New York Knick and Randall is a Timberwolf. I'm assuming people are excited about the Knicks because of this. To let you know, I'm not a big basketball guy, but Tordo says, bench one, Rasheed Nico Harrison in a standard scoring league. Nico, phenomenal matchup. Harrison, phenomenal matchup. Rashee Rice, absolutely dominant as the alpha wide receiver one and one of the best offenses in the NFL. So this is an extremely tough spot to look at. The correct answer is, I don't know. I legitimately have no idea. I wish this was my situation that I was dealing with in my league. The situation I'm dealing with in my league is, oh my gosh, do I really have to play Jalen Waddle this week? Oh my gosh, I really hope Joe Mixon misses so I can play Cam Akers. Sadly, I've not had the decisions this year of, ooh, do I start Marvin Harrison Jr., Nico Collins, or Rashee Rice? You're crushing. Okay. Now, James says, Ayuk, Moss, Walker, or Amari in the flex. Ayuk would have been the very easy play for me if it didn't look like Debo and Kittle are both going to be good to go. Now that Debo and Kittle both look like they are playing, I think Zach Moss has the higher floor. Brandon Ayuk has the higher ceiling, so it is going to be up to you. Okay. Savvy says Dobbins or Walker. I would go Kenneth Walker, assuming that he is good to go. And real quick, we will... let me go pee. I'll answer a few more questions in the live chat. Then we'll get back to some of the free, all the questions on the site. But we will go back to the free questions in the chat. Just let me go pee real quick. Okay, we are back. I'm sorry about that. And let's get back to the free questions in the chats. Okay, moving this over, we have Reed and Spears. I think you have to play Jaden Reed this week. If you are looking at Jaden Reed, you finally have the passing volume back in this offense with Jordan Love. Spears, Pollard is the guy. I think you just have to go Reed. Savvy says Ayuk or Kenneth Walker. One, based off the fact that Walker plays on Monday, so you don't really want to have much risk here. And two, Kenneth Walker's a brutal matchup going up against the Lions. So I go with Ayuk. It would have been a lot easier to do so if you had no Deebo Samuel, if you had no George Kittle in this offense. Textura says, should I overpay for elite players in an 8-team league? 100%. 8-team league, as many 2-for-1 deals, many 3-for-1 deals you possibly can make. Ultimately, the backfield options that you're going to have on the waiver wire are going to be great. But real quick, we've been live for over 4 hours answering questions. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We're going to continue. We're going to be streaming for probably a couple more hours to get through all the questions on the site. So Of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any question, you can always do so through flockfantasy.com. If you go over to the site and hit the expert advice button at the very top right corner, here you can get a team review, a trade question, a start sit question. If you wanted a team review, definitely what I'd recommend doing, definitely the cheapest way to get one, is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy, or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting a free team review through flockfantasy.com with yours truly. And you'll be getting that free Patrick Mahomes pick more than less than half total yard, a free Lamar Jackson pick for Sunday more than less than half total yard. But if you're wanting that free team review in one of these live streams, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we're able to go through and credit you with that free team review voucher. But this is one of those free team reviews from Underdog. Really appreciate you, my guy. This is AK41, the best team in the league. This is a half PPR where we are currently 0-3. Well, the league analyzer maybe is not doing its job here. Picked up Pat while Njoku's out. Any suggestions, or should we just be patient? Trades are pretty hard to make in the league. So, okay, let's go ahead. We'll definitely focus it on primarily roster construction and waiver wire moves, but we can look at trades as well. How are we 0-3? Looking at wait 1 second. Looking at running back, we have Kamara and Brees. We lost with the Kamara blow-up week. How is that even possible? Quarterback, we have Dak. So we are underweight QB, but it's a 12-team format where also you can start 4 receivers weekly. Now, because this is a half PPR format, you are a little more incentivized to get a running back into the flex spot than you would be in a full PPR league. So maybe we're not guaranteed to be starting wide receivers every single week. We're not really wanting to start 4 of them. But running back, we have the anchors at the top with Brees and Kamara. Dak is fine in a 12-team league where you can start 4 receivers. Quarterback's going to be a little bit less important in that format. We have the 2 anchors at the top. We have Brees and Kamara at the top. We have Javonte at RB3. I think we need some more depth, especially as we're approaching buys. If you were to have an injury to Brees, this team just absolutely collapses. So looking at receiver, we have London, Ayuk, Evans. Just trying to figure out who we could potentially sell. We have JSN, Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin, our wide receiver 4, wide receiver to 5, depending on how you rank these guys. We're getting Jordan Addison back in. We have Cortland Sutton as well. I think Terry McLaurin could be a potential sell high candidate here for us if we are able to go and get some additional running back depth on this team. Now, going through and looking at some of the squads that potentially need some help at wide receiver. This team, their wide receiver 4 is Romeo Doubs. They have Wilson, DJ Moore, Higgins, and Dobbs. If we could sell McLaurin and go get Najee Harris, it'd be a no-brainer. I'd actually maybe even be willing to package McLaurin and Javonte and a 2-for-1 deal to go get that running back upgrade. Especially if you can go a Javonte and McLaurin to get Mixon, absolutely no-brainer. Probably much easier said than done. But yeah, selling McLaurin to this team to go get that additional RB. Going through and looking at this squad actually fine at receiver. I mean, they have Hopkins at their wide receiver 4, but they don't have a running back depth piece. That would be interesting. This team lost Kupp, so right now they're starting Darnell Mooney, Calvin Ridley, and then their wide receiver 3 is Quentin Johnston. So obviously it'd be very interesting with been there, done that to go ahead and see if we can pivot off of McLaurin with them. But the issue is you look at the running backs that they have, there's no natural 1-for-1 pivot. You have Nick Chubb, but we're not going to be wanting to trade for Nick Chubb on a team that's 0-3. So maybe instead we actually look at a little bit of a higher tier receiver. And if you could sell either London or Ayuk with Javonte Williams to go get to Jonathan Taylor or Jahmyr Gibbs, we would absolutely love to do that move. Obviously, much easier said than done, but we're definitely going to try that. Going over to this team has the Puka injury. They have the Tua injury impacting Waddle. So potentially their wide receiver 2 right now is Roma Dunze. So honestly, if you could sell McLaurin for Zach Moss here, I think that'd be a very interesting move as well, because the names at the bottom end, such as Addison and Cortland Sutton, are way too good to cut, right? So I don't necessarily think we should just be cutting a receiver, picking up another running back. Obviously, when Njoku's back in, you can cut Pat Freiermuth to pick up another RB. I don't know if this team should be prioritizing trying to get a quarterback upgrade right now. I think the main thing is maybe just getting an additional running back depth piece for a wide receiver that has that pop when we have no idea if we're going to be able to start him. I mean, what we are starting this week is probably London and Ayuk. It's very, very boring. I know we have the anchor RBs, but I think now that we have Addison back in, if we can sell McLaurin off the pop and pivot over to one of those depth running backs, that's the main play. And then obviously tight end, we are just waiting for David Njoku to be healthy and TJ Hawkinson to be back. But I lied to y'all, ladies and gentlemen. I know we said we were going to be streaming for a couple more hours. My voice is killing me. I'm terrified I'm going to lose my voice again like we did previously. So I'm probably going to cut this live stream here. We will go ahead and we will, of course, answer all the questions through flockfantasy.com in tomorrow's live stream as well. We'll answer a bunch of free chat questions in tomorrow's stream too. So just make sure you're subscribed. And if you want to submit a question, you can do so at any time of the day. And even if you're not in that live stream, the answer is going to be sent to you. So you're going to get your answer regardless through flockfantasy.com. And if you wanted to get a question, whether that's a start sit question, whether that is a team review or a trade question, go to this button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can go ahead. You can look at team review, trade question, or start set, whatever you're wanting. If you wanted that team review, I definitely recommend going through Underdog Fantasy. It'll be the cheapest way to get it. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, which is the link that you can find in the description, comment section, and live chat, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will also be getting a free Patrick Mahomes pick, more than less than half a total yard, and a free Lamar Jackson pick, more than less than half a total yard as well for Sunday. And you'll be getting a free team review voucher over on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog email. And Underdog is going to send me the list of all those emails the day after, whenever you sign up. And then we go ahead and we can give you that free account, free team review voucher. If you have an account set up with the same email, it can be a free account on flockfantasy.com. But the notorious one, if you're having any issues with the site, email mason.at flockfantasy.com. But really do appreciate you. Really hope that we were able to help you out. And of course, I will really hope I get to see you out in the live stream tomorrow night.